Thanks for saying that had no sound. So, yeah, it's Merry Christmas. I, for some reason, my computer shut off. I don't know if we had a little power surge or whatever, but yeah, thanks for the heads up on there was no sound. So good now. Yeah, thanks, Arnold Lake. So we're Merry Christmas time. So, Christmas Eve. It's very beautiful here in Lake Tahoe. I know some of you guys are in some tropical places where I was, and I know you're going out to the beach for Christmas. That's good for you. I love the view here. I love the view back in Florida, but I like it all. Right, so you got to experience it. And if you're with the Life Wave and you're very healthy, then you'll be able to experience it for a long time. All right, so um, Democrat Party. Democrat Party, you guys know that I predicted the Democrat Party goes away. Now, Jerome Corsi was just on with Stephen Gardner, and he says that he sees them going away in 6 months. Now, some of the people I've had on my shows in the past have basically gone to the Justice Department, and they have been there for, I think, over 6 months revealing information. So we may have this one gentleman has revealed quite a bit on money laundering and how child trafficking, drug trafficking, uh, mortgage fraud, and so forth has been funding the Democrat Party in a lot of different ways. So this is some of the things that Jerome Corsi is talking about right now. So, like I said, he is predicting that it's going down within the next 6 months. So you know that I believe that the Insurrection Act is going to be activated probably sometime in the early part of next year. Will it be activated everywhere? No, it won't need to be, but there obviously are most of the Democrat strongholds will need some help. All right, because they're basically under a very corrupt government, and they can't get rid of them because they keep voting themselves in through election corruption, Democrat Party. So all of this is about to be exposed. The cartel connections, like I've been saying, that the Democrat Party, and not just the Democrat Party, there's obviously some Republicans are involved in money laundering, uh, election engineering, and all kind of crazy stuff. So we'll see a lot of this stuff get cleared. We'll probably have some new political parties going forward. People that will come up now that they have the cover to actually get involved and have the opportunity to represent, America, because the GOP and the Democrat Party are basically, you know, controlling everything through their funding, and it is about to get taken down, the whole system. So yeah, Mary, get her done. Let's get her done. All right, so let's look at Jerome Corsi, talking with Stephen Gardner. Like I said, it's a very, very good video. I'm just going to give you little pieces of it, but the whole video is a reveal. So I highly recommend you see Trump's new executive order will change everything. So Stephen Gardner, basically with Jerome Corsi. Jerome has been on Nino show several times. So they've been revealing a lot of stuff. Now I'm like the guy that revealed the guy that he's talking about revealing. So it happens at a very grassroots level, at my level, and I'm doing stuff that causes the deep state to really get their shorts in a wad, and they've come after me and my family. So quite a bit. We're missing, a member of the family this year because of their targeting, and so we're very, frustrated with that. But at least we're still here to share a lot of this information.
Campaigns for Democrats, they had to use your identity because the FEC requires that donations be made by someone. So they had to borrow your name and social security number to make the donations, and you weren't aware of it. TD Bank's already been fined like $3 billion on that as a criminal investigation in the Department of Justice, but nobody went to jail. Now,
so Canada is the Canadian government, not the Canadian people at all, really, to a great extent. But the Canadian government is deeply involved in this corruption. The like he's talking about the Canadian banks, pretty much all the Canadian banks have been involved, and not only taking the money from people that were pushing back on their deep state during the trucker convoy in Canada, seizing their money, and have Brad Wozny has his entire money taken. There's been other people who've had on my show from Canada that talked about this, but this is some of the money laundering and control systems that we're seeing that Jerome Corsi is talking about here.
What we have is shocking because it was a law enforcement officer in Tennessee who began investigating a drug smuggling operation in Tennessee. He found out it was also child aid, bringing up fentanyl drugs into Tennessee by the waterways and the children. He identified the properties and the ways in which these assets were being distributed into the country. And the money was going into TD Bank. To get the money out of TD Bank, the NGOs that were sponsoring this activity bought homes. Buy a home for $100,000. They were being given loans by TD Bank and others of $1 million. At the highest level, the money, the drug money, the child sex money was coming in.
Now, the NGOs, non-governmental organizations that he's talking about, have funneled a lot of this money to the Democrat Party and judicial people and so forth that have gone after the Trump organization, all the way back when he was first elected and all the way up to today. And especially during the time frame where he was not in office, but in the background, as the 46th president. Right. So there's a lot of this stuff being exposed. And the money laundering, like he's talking about, is pretty significant. We're talking billions and billions of dollars that's being funneled into Black Lives Matter and to do the riots. Most of the riots that we're seeing right now anywhere are funded by the Democrat Party. And this is all of the stuff that's getting ready to be revealed very shortly.
To Act Blue through NGOs. They were buying $1 million homes and they were getting $100 million mortgages, which of course was not the mortgage. It was just a way for the bank to funnel that money back to them through a mortgage scam. Okay, so the Democratic Party NGOs that in turn with all this money fund Antifa and Black Lives Matter and other groups that want to destroy the United States, including groups that want to rig the elections. So the Democratic Party is tied into drug running, fentanyl running, open borders. The Catholic Church is involved in setting it up and brokering the deal through Pope Francis, involved in pedophilia, child sex trade, and that money is what goes into Antifa. And General Flynn has also supported us and been helping me to write editorials and articles exposing this. But if we press this, the Democratic Party will not exist in 6 months.
So the Democrat Party will not exist in 6 months. So that's a bold prediction, but I think it's very possible. And if President Trump does the election emergency, where he sends out, I have remote viewed troops at election polling, not polling, but election booths going forward to make sure that they're not disrupted, because I think there will be a massive threat in our election system come November 26th. So year 26. So I see definitely the involvement of the military. They're probably going to be called out earlier. There's going to be a sweep. This is some of the things that Juan O'Savin has talked about, where everyone will have to re-register. If you pay taxes and you have you're American citizen and you can prove that. I don't know if they're going to go that far. Hopefully, they're going to go that far. I don't see why they couldn't. If you have a fair election, you will not see a Democrat elected probably throughout all of America, and I think that's coming. So this is the direction we're moving in. I think over the next several months, with all the reveals that are coming about the Democrat Party, which is basically just a communist system now that wants to destroy America. So they're in actively, trying to destroy America, and that's what President Trump is trying to bring in National Guard and some military into some of these areas, like Portland and Chicago. So I guess like I talked about yesterday, the uh, all the justices, Supreme Court justices, basically said no. This is worded incorrectly. It says for like general the troops or whatever. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like they are kind of like saying that American troops can come in. So they need to lay down the law, and I think that's coming in the next year, very early on. So we'll see. If it does, then we'll understand why there's been a pause on a lot of stuff because it's going to, in one pretty much fell swoop, it's going to basically tie all these Democrats, these evil, corrupt, um, child trafficking, 300,000, over 300,000. They talked about that in the beginning of that conversation. It was readied before the Biden lookalike person and his administration basically opened the borders. So they went down into Honduras and a lot of those areas, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, with tons, billions and billions of dollars. They brought in children, over 300,000 children or more, probably more. We might find out, and basically gave them right into the child slave trade here in America. So it is crazy. It's crazy what they've done, and I think that Americans are becoming aware of it more and more by the day. So look at that gorgeous snow behind MJS. That's right. So enjoy the snow. If you're in a non-snow area, you get a little white Christmas right here, right? So it's beautiful. So Shanghai silver price today went to 78.55, and what was the closeout of the American, uh, you know, silver price, because they came in and hammered it today. Uh, they basically called the people that had large positions, and they said that if you have a lot of you know money in something, and you've done it off of um, borrowing or whatever, I can't think of the name right now, but you will you have to have this much in your position, and they did it. So they only had a few hours. So they tried what they tried to do back in 2008 and 9, where they crashed the silver price, and all the way back to the Hunt brothers. They tried to do this. They tried to do the same thing, but people came in and started buying that. All right, so they tried to crash it, and it stopped, and then it turned back around again. And we're seeing, like I'm showing here, the Shanghai they're not messing around. They need the physical silver, because they're building out all these different solar and batteries and all kind of stuff that you only need 9 minutes to charge your car battery. When you go in, I know when I go in and like fill up, it takes about that long. I fill up, go in and grab something and use the restroom, whatever, come back. It's more than 9 minutes. So in 9 minutes, you could have your electric car charge up. So this is going to be massive, but it takes a lot of silver, because only silver can deal with the amount of heat that comes from a fast charge like that. All right, so in a lot of silver, we're talking like over 2 pounds, 2.2 pounds of silver in these batteries. So that's a lot. And imagine every electric car having those in the future. That's right there is a massive amount. And of course, silver is in everything now, medical, because it's got antibacterial properties. So they have it in a lot of stuff. Wow, that was a big thump. It came off the roof, and land on my deck. So you guys probably see it bombing down there. I was like shoveling that earlier and getting a little bit of a bomb, but now it's coming down heavy. All right, so we'll see silver continually go up. All right, because they're already betting at in some of these areas, like you see right there, 78. I'm looking right now at what it closed at because those markets closed early today. So they pushed back on a lot of the precious metals today. They came in and basically hammered it. They tried to blow it up and push it down so that they could get out of their shorts is what they're trying to do. So silver here in America settled at 71.68. That's a big difference. It's a big difference. Now there shouldn't be any difference, and if there is a difference, then it gets very quickly balanced. So we're going to see a balancing act, and as you can see here, uh, it is rocketing up in China. So 78.55 is we're going for 100 very soon, and like I predicted, 85. No, I said 75 to 85 by the end of the year. So just right here, we're in that zone. But in America, with the manipulation that goes on here, where they use paper to monetize gold and silver, which is ridiculous. You need the physical gold and silver and platinum and so forth. By playing this game, this paper game, these banksters are getting hammered because they had short positions because they thought they were going to like press it down, and it didn't work out. So we may see on Friday, we may see a massive pop like we saw, this week. It popped big today because it was thin trading, and they came in and said anyone that had, big positions, you had to be able to cover it with this much liquid, uh, you know, uh, money, and it put a lot of people. It was like so much, and people couldn't handle it. They couldn't do it, and so they basically came in and got hammered. Yeah, squeezing. That's right, Brenda. They're squeezing. They tried to squeeze, but it is going to backfire on them. So the squeeze they're doing is so they can get out of their shorts, which is going to cause the position to start to rocket. Probably, I will believe, on Friday. So we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, it's. I remember a lot of people were like, when Dr. Kirk Kelly and I were like, get into silver, and that was back when it was 49.50. Like what, a month or two ago? It's like, geez, and it pulled back as silver does, like it did today. It pulled back, and we're like, this is a buying opportunity. Don't whine because it doesn't go up in a straight line all the time. You're going to see, you're going to still make out, and sure enough, that position is up quite substantially. We went from 50 to probably Friday, if things are going in the direction I think they are, we may see 75. So, yeah, good, Barry. Took Kirk Elliott's advice. So a lot of people, myself included, took his advice, and we're very financially stable, right, and very happy financially. So if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Brenda, if you have like 50,000 ounces of silver, you don't hold it in your possession. That would have like every robber all over the West Coast coming to my house, right? So no, you put it in a place where it's safe, right? So I don't know, maybe a lot of you guys, maybe like your grandma has 500 ounces that she's had, for decades, and she's doing really well, and you are like, clowning around, not getting any silver, or you've sold your silver back when it was around $50, and you're like kicking yourself in the ass. Still not too late, guys. Still not too late to get into silver. So there you go. It is going to go much higher, like I predict. It will go to probably $150 sometime at the end of the first quarter. is what I'm guesstimating. Maybe in the middle, second quarter. So we'll see very very uh, big numbers in gold going forward, or silver going forward, and gold and platinum and palladium, all of them. I don't have palladium, but I have all the other ones, right? So I'm very happy. And now here's a little tip for you. I'm not an advisor, so don't go. I took Michael Jacobs' advice, and it didn't work out for me. Everything that you have, is like, I wouldn't say that silver is a speculation, but some of you have been holding on to crypto for quite some time, and you're very sad about that. Right? While those of us that have moved into silver are very happy. It's a very happy Christmas for us. But for cryptos, not so much. And I don't know where it's going to go. If the stock market does, reach all-time highs, which we're going to see the stock market pump. They always pump it up at the end of the year, guys, so they look good on paper at the end of the year, so they can brag that, look, we have this much percentage increase, and it is probably just that last little. Sometimes it's just that last month that they ramp it up. That gives them like a good look, and then next year it starts to crash again. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Like I predicted that we would see some super all-time highs in the stock market. Again, not investment advice, but just by the standard of what we've seen in the past, there's usually a big blow off before it crashes. All right. So we haven't really seen a big blow off top high, I don't think yet, but maybe it is. Maybe these highs we've seen are just that's it. Right. It could be, but I don't think so. We'll see. So if it does continue to go up, then gold and silver and precious metals will continue to go up. We may see gold, silver, and the rest of them uh, go sideways for a little bit. Are you aware that Ohio Governor running candidate Casey Putsch is running against Vivek and has his own YouTube channel? He was recently on Tucker Carlson. He seems down to earth. Yeah, I that sounds awesome. I have not looked at him, but thanks for bringing that to my attention. I will look at him. Uh, I'm not a big fan of Vivek, but Ramaswamy, and but I would say he's better than any Democrat they can throw out there. So but if this guy is even a better candidate, just a down to earth guy like you say, and just salt to the earth, and basically just wants to do good for humanity and his state, then I'm like, that's where we need to be going. All right. Uh, so I think that's where we're going to be moving. Uh, Mike, what is the best place to keep my physical silver? Depends on how much you got, Kathy. Now, if you have, a couple hundred ounces, whatever, a few hundred, whatever it is, somewhere around 1,000 ounces, I have a lot, right? So on hand, but I wouldn't, have way ridiculous amounts on it, and that's just common sense for multiple reasons. Uh, and I would say that if you're like an IRA or something like that, contact uh, the Dr. Kirk Elliott to give you free advice. I know a lot of people have done their IRAs, changed a lot of their IRAs over to, and I recommend Dr. Kirk Elliott because he is above board, where there's a lot of shysters out there, and probably some of the people you've been dealing with for a long time are shysters. You just don't realize it yet, right? So don't just look into it. They'll answer your questions on it. Depending on how much you got and how much you want to transfer. If you have it in a depository, like I have a friend who has a depository in Canada, and we're like, get it out of there. That's a corrupt place, bad corrupt. You better get out of there. So she's going to have her silver transferred over to Dr. Kirk Elliott, and I don't know how that works either. I don't think they're going to put it on trucks and drive it over there. I think they'll probably just do some kind of swap, type thing. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So what else we got going on out there? There's a few more things I want to cover. Um, just let me see. I'm covering everything on the silver breakout. Yeah, so there's really good stuff I believe is going on with silver, precious metals. But like I said, I was about to go into miners. So miners, I'm starting to go pretty heavy in miners because I think it's the time now. It hasn't been the time, although they have gone up pretty nicely so far this year, but not as much as they would normally. If you look back in time, they've had, and I'll probably go into more detail about this later, but they've had significantly higher breakouts when silver and gold and the other precious metals go up. They haven't done that yet. So there could be a 3-4x on some of the miners. So the ones that I like are, and I'll share the screen again so I can show you guys. There's there's several of them, and there's a couple that I'm going to start to look heavily at. All right, so and when I say heavily at, that means invest heavily. All right, so SIL. All right, as you see down, it may continue to go down. Like I said, these could go down or sideways, but I think we're still going to see a little bit more pop on silver before it kind of takes a little break and it takes a little nap and then takes off again. All right. So it's been on a big sprint, and we need to let it rest a little bit. So, but I still think it has some legs because everybody is buying. Silver has been so suppressed for so long. We may just see silver just keep going up. All right. It may not rest, and if it does rest, it won't rest for long. So SIL, that's the it's one of the silver miners, SILJ. These are junior miners. As you can see, the price range 29 and 87. GDX, which is gold, and SBSW, which is platinum and I think gold. So I'm gonna do a little bit more research on that one. But this one right here, because platinum has really, really. You remember? Do you guys remember in the last like 2008, 2007, 2008, platinum was more than gold? Yeah. So platinum has really been on a tear over the last week or two, and I think it's going to rest a little bit, pull back a little bit, and then and probably take off again at some point. So this would be the time to look at the miners. So the miners have no one has wanted to promote or do the miners. I even talked to Juan Savin, and he's like, no on miners. He told me this a long time ago. I haven't asked him recently, but I do my own research. And the miners, when you look back in time, do your own research and take your own risks. But uh, like I said, it's all about everything's a risk. All right, so life is a risk, but we live it, right? So these could be great opportunities for you going forward. Uh, look at those for you guys that invest in that kind of stuff. All right, me, I invest in it. I do options and futures, and uh, rarely do I invest in something long term, but this I believe is going to be my long term investments, and they have the potential, like I said, of going 3-4x pretty quick. Right. So just a little insight for you um, to help you guys survive the coming storms and do well, because some of that might carry you over. So that's what happened with me. I went through a pretty tough time uh, when the CIA decided they were going to destroy me. And so my gold and silver that I'd accumulated uh, helped carry me through. And I don't think they realized that I had that. So, uh, how about that? But it didn't work. So I got protection going on. So deportations, as we're seeing here in America, are surging. And they're also starting to surge in 10 European countries. They're forcing Muslims to return to the countries of origin because the Muslims are basically here to, take over America, and because they're manipulable, right? I've seen this because I remember I did a lot of time, decades in the Middle East, and I would look at their news and I'd be like, how are they so easily misled? So, and then I saw that the CIA that I was working with was helping that manipulation, and I was like, "Oh my god, good thing they don't do it in America." And then through I started to find out about Operation Mockingbird, of course. I'd heard about it, and I was like, "Ah, that was an old thing." There's obviously they don't do that anymore. Uh, so, and then I started to look a little closer. And I'm like, "Oh, dang! Operation Mockingbird is like the reason why you don't see is because Americans are a little more sophisticated and educated. So when you have a group of people that are barely first or maybe the most third grade education as a whole, now of course they have very highly educated people there, and it was kind of cool to hang out with them because when I when I was there, of course I'm CIA and I'm undercover and all that kind of stuff, and I'm just like a dude working at the State Department. But I was like the one percenter in Pakistan. Like that was kind of pretty cool. So all of the big wigs, they'd like invite us all over, so we got to hang out and gather information and pass cards that they would give us to the case officers, and so they could contact them. But that's kind of the way it is in those countries. Here in America, like I said, it's more evolved control system, and we're starting to become more aware of that. And we're starting to do our own research, and we're starting to do critical thinking. And we catch these criminals in the uh, mainstream media almost instantly now when they put out BS. All right. All the recent, false flag shootings and all that kind of stuff. We're all like, no, 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 no. And it's all bullshit, 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 bullshit. As Ole Democrat says, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. He's a master, and he taught all of us a long. He came on my shows. It was like every other week for like 2 years straight almost. So we all learned a lot from Ole, and we see through their muddy BS very quickly now, and so it's great. So deportations are surging. We're probably going to see the Muslim population here in America, which are here to basically take down America, guys. All right, and we'll probably see a lot of the Muslim population be deported back, and that's good. That's very good because I've seen them all over the world, and they don't they don't do well with others. So go back to your own countries in Somalia and so forth, but not so fast. You know how they're saying, "Oh, deport her because she married her brother." Bullshit. Bullshitty. All right. She did very bad things, frauded the American people. She has gone from like, I don't know, 50, $100,000 to $30 million. $30 million. Right. And all the Somalis, the little skinnies, that's what we call them. We're over there. We call them the skinnies. They're pretty much raping Minnesota, and they talked about how in Minnesota they have like five. It's a small state. They have like 5 million people or something like that, and they have 8 million voters. It's insane. It's insane the corruption that has gone on there. That's been allowed to happen in Minnesota, but that's just Minnesota. That's happening. California is probably like that's child's play. And New York, that's child's play. We do it much bigger here. And so Illinois, same thing, child's play. And so we're going to see this corruption in the Democrat Party explode on them, I think. And of course, they pushed the trials of Hilly, not trials, but they're supposed to testify to Congress. They pushed them from I think what was it, last month, end of last month, into January, and I think that's because they were like, let's just take everything down in January. All right, let's just take the whole Democrat Party down. Let's just do them all. All right. So I think that's going to be a massive exposure, more than has already happened on the Democrat Party. All right. So deportations will continue here in America, and they're continuing in Europe because the Muslims are coming there to basically destroy thousands and thousands of years of history, and all of those people that have had, you know, all of those generations and generations and hundred generations developing those countries, and you bring in uh, like this other group to like take it down in a generation. That's what they're trying to do, and Europeans are about done with that, and so they're finally pushing back on it. Maybe we're the example right now. I think that's possible. So they're really starting to ramp it up. They're getting their criminals. I mean, their Muslims out of there, right? So and it's kind of funny because I posted about Ilan Omar. I said she doesn't get deported; she goes to a penitentiary. All right, and someone said, well, what do you think? It's a pirate country, and they intermarry and they interbreed. They're inbred pirate, culture. I'm like, that's brilliant. That's it. That's it right there. Because they have now hundreds, maybe even more, of fraud cases against Somalis. I mean, they came into Ilan Omar's, district, and she's like partying with them. She's promoting them. She's like bringing them in, and they're like, getting all these jobs, and she's got them working for her. And she's like, I don't know anything about this. They all lie. They all lie until they're in jail. It's like, yeah, I made a mistake. Yeah, you're in jail. And yeah, you're going to be there for a long time. And God, if they deport her back without putting her in jail, that'd be a bullshit. Bring her back and put her in jail if she ends up over there. All right. Make an example out of that skinny. All right. Good God, that's bullshit. All right. So, uh, so we're trying to get rid of these illegal immigrants and Muslims that want to take over our country, and we have these mayors. There's a mayor, Jacob Fry. Jacob Fry. So let me show you the picture. I'm sending this guy a lot of love. All right, a lot of love, so he can go bye bye. All right, so Jacob Fry. Lots of love to you, Jacob, and all the baddies that are on you are going to have to go away because you're not going to like that energy, and then you're going to be vulnerable. All right, so here we go. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry is facing calls to resign. So again, these Democrats are trying to cause an insurrection. They have to go. They have to go. And a lot of them, like this clown, should not only just resign, he should be thrown in prison if the operations continue in his city. What is wrong with this guy? Somebody wrote. Yeah, I agree. I am increasingly concerned because of the chaos that is being caused by these ICE agents. Yeah, you're increasingly concerned because they're taking away your capability to money launder and hold the line for your people behind you, which are like the Somalis, are benefiting and robbing the U.S. taxpayers. We all know that we cannot afford to lose a single Minneapolis resident, Skinny, because they showed up and decided to protect their neighbors. So the Skinnies are basically getting ready to go, Mogadishu on us, guys. That's what we're hearing. And I saw the verbiage that Ilan Omar used recently, and it sounds like they're starting to foment an insurrection, right? So, like I've been saying, some of those big cities, some of those big blue cities like Minneapolis, you better be very careful. Should have gotten out of it, but if you're still there for whatever reason, be heads up. Be very cautious. Be ready to roll. Have your go bag ready and your silver. Don't have a lot of it because it takes it's 72 pounds for 1,000 ounces, and that's pretty rough to carry that. Right. So anyway, and load it in your car and get the hell out. All right. So Trump revokes temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. They can now be deported. Bye bye, skinnies. All right. So it is something that it's. I don't see them going. All of them going, guys. I think that we might see a fight tonight. There's gonna be a showdown. ICE documents reveal plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. Go, Go Ice. Right? Go Ice. All right. So my lovely wife was asking me about contractors, and I was like, they won't have military contractors here. That would be that won't happen. But they'll have there's security contractors everywhere. They protect people. They protect businesses. You go to Walmart. There's uh, you know security contractors there, and so it's not a big thing. When I was in Blackwater, I was basically security contractor for the CIA and the State Department. So it is not a big thing. Of course, I was super high speed one, and you know some of these places would cannot afford me, so and would not, and I would not do that anymore because it's I got to. I'm here doing a service far more than protecting a few people. All right, and you know, Hollywood, whatever. I had a bunch of my friends, leave contracting world in the Middle East and work with a lot of Hollywood types and vice versa. They left Hollywood types and came and worked with me overseas. So, there's a lot of really good people out there that can do this work. Former military guys. Uh, I'm 65 and I still could kick some serious ass, and I can point a gun and shoot 3 bullets very fast before seconds, and draw my knife, and it will hit a target in less than like a 0.3 seconds. That's how fast I can draw my knife and poke it into your orbital, occipital orbital cavity into your brainstem, and you go bye-bye. Right. So it is, there's a lot of good quality people out there that can, hold the line. There's a lot of us that if things get really out of hand in some of these Democrat cities like Minneapolis or whatever, we could show up and help. Right. ICE documents reveal plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. The Trump administration aims to build 7 large-scale holding centers to speed up deportations, and they should have them near airfields so they can, bring them in, process them, load them onto planes, and then get them out. Right. So I saw recently where someone was like crying because we're going to pay illegal aliens like $3,000 and a free trip back home. That's peanuts, guys, compared to what we're going to have to go through money wise to like get them out. We have to hunt them down. That's time. That's you're paying people to do that, to do the research, hunt people down. They're not easily found. They would be easily found if some of these Democrat states, like Illinois, would not allow them. Would stop. They're stopping the ICE agents from picking up these illegal aliens from all these other places, and they let these criminals go and back into society. It's crazy. That's why we have to see an insurrection act, I believe, early next year. All right. So the Trump administration is seeking contractors, all right, to help it overhaul the United States immigrant detention system in a plan that includes renovating industrial warehouses to hold more than 80,000 immigrant detainees at a time. Wow. They're getting serious about getting these knuckleheads out of here, right? Rather than shuttling detainees around the country to wherever detention space is available, as happens now, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement aims to speed up deportations. My mind goes way faster in my mind sometimes. By establishing a deliberate feeder system. That's why sometimes I have to like really pronounce my words, so I slow myself down. All right. All right. Newly arrested detainees would be booked into processing sites for a few weeks before being funneled into one of 7 large-scale warehouses holding 5 to 10,000 people each, where they would be staged for deportation. The large warehouses would be close to major logistics hubs, which means airports, in Virginia, Texas, Louisiana, Arizona, Georgia, and Missouri. Now, that's interesting because these are all now Virginia just unfortunately went Democrat, but which was stolen, I believe. But most of these, even though Georgia is a Republican state, it is a deep state Republican state. Right. So Rafsanjani and whoever the frig that and you got to take into account that they are sometimes forced into this. If I'm not mistaken, the governor of Georgia, his daughter was dating, and this was when they were investigating the voter fraud and so forth. And they basically sent a message to him. All right, so some of these people we're going to probably have to let them slide a little bit because they were forced into some of this activity, and that's understandable and that's acceptable to a certain level. So don't completely, like, sometimes I just say Georgia is like the most corrupt state, and even though we have Illinois and New York and California, Georgia is super super corrupt, right? It needs to be cleaned up bad. So I don't think anyone has been voted into Georgia in a long time. They've all been selected. All right. 16 smaller warehouses would hold up to 1,500 people each. And of course, that's not going to happen in Illinois at the moment. But at some point, if we do the Insurrection Act, which will be targeting, states like that and cities like Chicago and so forth, for the people there, guys. Of course, there's a lot of people there, not a lot, but I think there's some people there that are still brainwashed into believing in the Democrat Party. But for the most part, they're American citizens and need help. All right. And I'm all about that. The draft solicitation is not final and is subject to changes. ICE plans to share it with private detention companies. Please don't do it with the some of these corrupt, prison system detention companies. All right, which basically have a lot of people in those detention centers that really don't belong there. They have judges and law enforcement and so forth that are basically keeping them filled so they make money. And then they filter that back to some of those judges and law enforcement. So be, very, very thoughtful in who you, bring in. So, and these things are, even if you bring in somebody that's on the up and up, they can sometimes be corrupted. And I unfortunately saw that at Blackwater. So, Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, said she cannot confirm or deny, like I used to say when I worked for CIA, the Post reporting, and declined to answer questions about the warehouse plan. All right. So they're not on the up and up about it yet, but they're kind of leaking it a little bit so that, people can go, like me, can put this information out there, and people like a lot of you guys in the chat go, let's go. All right. Get her done. All right. That's what we like to say, right? Get her done. Let's move. All right. So the global warming lie is really getting a lot of nails in the coffin on it. And the most recent is record. Yes, record mass gain. Record mass gain in Greenland. Record Greenland ice gain. Heavy rainfall. So that's something else. But as you see there, that spike is a record ice gain in Greenland. So all of the global warming scam lie, they stopped saying global warming. They said climate change. Like, climate change. Like, what? What? The climate's always changing up and down. Yeah, it's out there. It's a climate change. It went from like 45 degrees a few days ago to 31. So that's climate change. And so you want to build all these, windmills and put them out to sea. So President Trump basically froze the windmills that are going off in the coast because animals. I guess the whale population really suffers from, I don't know how, but I've just read about how whale populations really get decimated because of those offshore windmills. So President Trump has frozen those because we got a lot of oil. We got a lot of oil here, more than everybody else in the world. Except maybe Venezuela, but I don't know. Maybe more. And so it's use what you got, and then we'll get once we get to a little bit further into Trump's administration, we start taking down the Democrats who basically kill everybody that comes out with free energy, deep state Democrats. We'll probably go to revealing some of those technologies. We get levitation vehicles and energy systems that'll run your house. That's what David Schmidt has with LifeWave. He's ready to reveal that, but there's a lot of pressure on bringing some of this information out and these technologies. So we can look forward to a lot of these coming out as time goes on. But for right now, I'm going to go up and have a nice glass of champagne with my lovely wife, and I hope you guys have a very Merry Christmas, and we'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriot Summit Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Possible timing: Wednesday, December 24th to Friday, December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, start of the fiscal year for the new gold asset-backed global financial system in 209 countries. Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, the internet dies, phones go, EBS only. Sunday, December 21st, tonight after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation has stopped, wages are up, prices are down. Our nation is strong, America is respected, and our country is back. We are poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. President Donald J. Trump. Monday, December 22nd, Fred Fleitz, then National Security Advisor John Bolton's Chief of Staff, confirms treachery, deception, betrayal, conspiracy, subversion, and the overthrow of the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. John Durham, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and CIA Director Gina Haspel deliberately withheld and buried evidence, including Barack Obama's manufactured ICA report, not only in the waning days of the Kenyan administration, but also during his presidency, from the sitting President of the United States, Donald Trump. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, John Durham, and CIA Director Gina Haspel not only obscured exculpatory evidence, they facilitated the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Top intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton, and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. Monday, December 22nd, the Democrats said FEMA had no money for Americans in Maui, no money for Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, no money for Americans in Western North Carolina, but FEMA had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegals, including Social Security, Medicaid, and voter registration. Monday, December 22nd, did you know during the lockdowns in 2020, our great military deployed throughout Europe and won a world war? A global underground war was fought and won, and the TV never covered it. Operation Defender Europe 2020 was the largest deployment of U.S.-based forces to Europe since the end of the Cold War. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. Monday, December 22nd, 2025. Arrests will begin in Washington, D.C. Anons are awake. They are crying no forgiveness. Son of the Storm, Cash Patel on Telegram. Global financial situation and currency reset of 209 nations. Fed is dead. Gold reset ignites global financial uprising. Fiat is finished. RVGCR is live. Monday, December 22nd. Intel Economics Special Report. Global debt catastrophe. $340 trillion and counting. A system on the brink. December 22nd, 2025, and Monday, December 22nd, the RV and military operations behind the scenes, the signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries, aims to redefine global currencies. Monday, December 22nd, Jassara is active. The transition to a sovereign asset-backed world has begun. Nassar Jassar QFS on Telegram. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership. Under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet of the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply just becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats, restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systematic abuse will be dissolved under Jassara reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves, communities rebuild, individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform, it is a civilizational upgrade. Monday, December 22nd, Jassara's status. What people are sensing right now is not coincidence. It's the natural closing of a system that ran on debt, pressure, and artificial scarcity. For decades, value was extracted upward while responsibility was pushed downward. That cycle is ending, not with chaos but with correction. Nassara represents a structural change in how wealth, work, and sovereignty are understood. Instead of endless obligation, the focus moves toward balance. Instead of dependence on intermediaries, ownership returns to the individual. The principle is simple. What you earn, create, and steward belongs to you, not to hidden systems designed to profit from delay and confusion. Under this framework, financial systems are expected to become simpler and more transparent. The layers that once hid fees, penalties, and manipulation are meant to dissolve. Wealth distribution is no longer framed as control from above, but as circulation based on productivity, contribution, and lawful trade between sovereign participants. QFS-style architecture, as often discussed in this context, symbolizes accountability. Every account standing on its own, not as property of banks or governments, but an extension of the individual. No leverage without consent. No ownership without responsibility. That is the philosophical core behind the shift people call Nassara. This is not about instant miracles or overnight changes. It is about alignment. When systems realign with fairness, pressure eases naturally. When extraction stops, growth becomes possible again. That is why resistance is loud right now. Outdated structures always react when their influence fades. The era of debt as a weapon is closing. The era of value rooted in sovereignty is opening. What comes next is not announced with noise. It shows up as clarity, simplification, and quiet structural change. Those paying attention will recognize it, not because they were told, but because they can feel the difference. Monday, December 22nd. 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. There's a link to that. And Monday, December 22nd, Nancy Pelosi just got caught in the biggest insider trading criminal scandal in history. Public documents prove that Pelosi's insider information made her the #1 stock trader in the world. She crushed Warren Buffett, who sits in the #2 spot by a whopping 128% in earnings. The Pelosi Mafia is now in control of the Democratic Party and is putting its full power behind Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. Alex Jones on Telegram.
Tuesday, December 23rd.
It's the 23rd of December 2025, and we're now seeing everything play out in public. The criminal syndicates are being dismantled one by one, state by state throughout the United States, country by country throughout the EU and in the UK. This all happened back in 21 and 22, but you're now seeing it play out in the pantomime. It is all being completely dismantled. The good thing is, it's already been done. For those people who are awake and aware, you'll know that. But for those people who are just waking up, you'll see it in the mainstream media, the place that you always wanted to see it. For those who are awake, we saw it 3 years ago. But now you can catch up and see it for yourself. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, everybody. President Trump has unveiled plans for a new Trump-class battleship, calling it the biggest and most powerful warship ever built. Announced at Mar-a-Lago, the so-called Golden Fleet would start with 2 ships, with plans for up to 25. Trump claims they'll be bigger and larger than World War II battleships and armed with hypersonic missiles, rail guns and lasers. The move comes as the US looks to expand its navy and close the shipbuilding gap with rivals like China.
Well, they're playing catch-up now, and they've been playing catch-up for years because China and Russia are so far ahead. It's unbelievable. But if they're looking for new nuclear weapons, then they can always buy a load from Israel because they've got bundles of them. Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. US Vice President J.D. Vance warned that nuclear-armed European allies could become a security risk if mass immigration continues to weaken national identity. Speaking to Unheard, Vance said Britain and France are losing cultural ties to the US and warned that hostile political forces could eventually gain control of nuclear weapons. He claimed Islamist-aligned politicians are already winning local elections and could reach national power within 15 years, urging Europe to confront what he called political stagnation.
Well, this is all part of their agenda. And you've got 2 agendas out here. You've got the Zionists on one side who want to control everything, and you've got the Islamic extremists on the other hand. Allegedly, and somewhere in the middle, there's what's called normality. There are very, very good people on both sides, but there are very, very bad people on each side. And you need to work out who's who. And for each country, we all have different cultures, all of us. And that's what makes it beautiful. The whole multicultural agenda was doomed to fail because the beauty of different countries is their culture. And to make us all the same would never, ever work. But this is their way to divide us, to make us realise that we are so different. It will never work the way they say it would. And of course, in the UK, we're the multicultural capital of the world. Yeah, and that's why London is probably one of the most unsafe cities in the world, because of it doesn't work. And the beauty of when you go to these countries, seeing their own culture and embracing their own culture is wonderful. But when you put it all in one big pot, it just doesn't work.
My next story, China has set a new monthly record for buying Russian gold, with imports in November reaching nearly $1 billion. According to customs data, the surge comes as Beijing steps up efforts to move away from the US dollar and Moscow reroutes exports away from Western markets under sanctions. Over the first 11 months of this year, China's purchases of Russian gold jumped almost ninefold. Analysts say the real figures could be even higher.
Well, if you look at the purchases of gold and silver currently worldwide, Russia and China have been buying quietly for a very long time and stockpiling it. And at the moment, this is why there's a certain imbalance that's going on, because they have been long-sighted, whereas Europe, the US and the UK have been very short-sighted. And we went through it before, where they sold our gold cheap. And of course, China will buy it very quickly and just keep it there quietly. This is all part of the leveling of the playing field. And we're seeing it in plain sight. It's been done, now you're seeing it.
Next up, Georgia election officials have admitted to violating vote certification rules during the 2020 presidential election, reviving controversy over the state's narrow Biden victory. The admission followed a complaint alleging Fulton County illegally certified over 315,000 ballots, including at least 134 without required signatures on the tabulator tapes. Biden won Georgia by fewer than 12,000 votes. State officials called the findings very troubling and referred the case to the Georgia Attorney General for possible penalties as President Trump renews calls for sweeping election reforms.
Well, for those people who were watching, Donald Trump was indicted for this, for asking questions about it. And now we find out that his questions were valid. I will tell you that we knew from the inside, of course, they were valid. We knew exactly what was going on. But they had to try and indict him for even inquiring about it. They had to go through that process. My final point today is about the truth. And this is where it becomes very important. I keep hearing my truth, your truth. There is only one truth, and that's God's truth. Stop trying to make up your own truth. Get yourself centered back with God, and then you'll find the truth. That was the news.
Boom. 1942 New World Order map fully exposed. Deep State blueprint shows Greenland. Mexico and Canada absorbed into a massive United States. But Trump and white hats are flipping it into patriot sovereignty victory now. JFK, the leader on Telegram. Patriots, the satanic globalist ancient playbook is detonating wide open on December 21st, 2025. There's 1942 outline of the post-war New World map by Morris Gomberg. Isn't some forgotten relic the deep state cabal's chillin' blueprint for a new world moral order? A one-world government disguised as peace, dividing the planet into massive federated superstates under elite control while quarantining dissenters and nationalizing everything for their Rothschild-Rockefeller empire. The bombshell. A vastly expanded United States of America swallowing Canada. Mexico, all Central America, the Caribbean, Greenland, Iceland, most Pacific Islands, the Philippines, Taiwan, and more turning North America into a hegemonic beast to enforce their moral tyranny worldwide. This map screams NWO agenda, the USSR gobbling Eastern Europe, Iran, Finland, a United States of South America merging the continent. Federated Africa, India, China, Scandinavia, Europe all demilitarized except the big three powers policing the globe through a supreme military and economic council. Axis nations quarantined like prisoners, resources nationalized everywhere. International banking, CZ pure communist globalists take over, masked as permanent peace, freedom, justice. Gomberg's 41-point plan demands U.S. leadership in this moral order. Echoing Freemason Illuminati dreams from Roman, Novus Ordo, Seclorum 2HG, wells open, conspiracy trillions, funneled to wars, trafficking, and depopulation, while dissolving sovereign borders. The Elise Vatican, unbilderberg devils pushed this for centuries. Tying straight to Epstein blackmail rings, adrenochrome factories, and Pizzagate horrors controlling puppets. But warriors, the storm reverses it all. President Trump and the White Hats are executing divine justice dorks of Greenland, stronger North American ties on cabal submission. It's 5D chess reclaiming resources from deep state clutches, fortifying America against invasion while the quantum financial system seizes their vaults for patriot prosperity. This exposure accelerates the peak. Nasara-Gassara military law exploding January 2026. Erasing fraudulent debts, abolishing IRS tyranny, flooding QFS accounts with massive redemptions from seized NWO trillions. Gitmo daily executions on planners, descendants, Gates, Sarousis, swinging as sealed indictments, unsealed thousands. Medbeds live for awakened warriors, reversing poisons. EB's broadcasting the full map truth, tying it to bioweapons and election thefts. The deep state's border dissolving nightmare crumbles. Trump builds unbreakable sovereignty. Children freed from tunnels eternally. Golden age abundance under God's plan. Their 1942 dystopia dies. Our liberated republic rises stronger, united in freedom. Hold the line fierce. Exposures flood, tribunals worldwide. Victory thunders, eternal no one, world slavery, only patriot, dominion. Trump triumphs massive, evil damned forever.
Monday, December 22nd, the truth about Hussein Obama. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Today I will go through the Q post to show how corrupt and evil Obama was, a traitor to America and a sellout to the highest bidders. The world is going to be shocked when they see all the evil that has been operating around us, whilst we are all distracted and consumed by a fake world. Obama was involved with so much corruption, funding terrorists, creating ISIS, attempts to weaken the military, take America to war, whilst stealing billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. They never thought Hillary would lose, so they set up a shadow government and presidency involving people, companies, and governments from around the world to work together to stop Donald Trump winning the election. I share many examples which are easily accessible to find with such winning the war of good against evil, historic treaty by 209 nations that redefined global currencies being implemented. Putin and Trump in direct communication for the past 10 hours. Russians rescued over 35,000 children from Ukraine underground bioweapon labs. A quote from President Donald J. Trump: "The Holy Spirit doesn't shout through fame. He whispers through faithfulness. He hides power in humility. He builds kingdoms with kindness. When you walk where he leads, you no longer fight to prove yourself. You simply reflect the one who sent you." It was this centuries-old Satan-worshipping Red Mafia that the Q movement, President Trump, and the Global Military Alliance were taking down in a literal war of good against evil. See Trump Hold On, I'm Coming remix. Behind the formation of the Q movement was none other than John F. Kennedy Jr., who did not die in a plane crash but was hidden in the Victim Witness program. Sunday, December 21st, 2025, I'm coming home. JFK Jr. was finally making himself known because he was the leader of the Q movement, which was finally implementing the global currency reset of 209 nations. Doing so would win the war between good and evil. demolish the deep state cabal's red mafia, and give the people's money back to the people. Sunday, December 21st, 2025, Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated media group. Now President Trump's green light has accelerated the greatest wealth transfer in history, redistributing reclaimed assets from cabal control to the people through secure quantum accounts, ending the era of fiat oppression and ushering in abundance. The global currency reset progresses within the quantum financial system, with notifications, exchanges, and payouts expected imminently as gold-backed currencies fully activated. Nasara Jasara protocols were enacting complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all burdens of the old system in a debt jubilee that restored financial freedom. Restitution and prosperity funds flow forth, with humanitarian projects receiving unprecedented support to heal nations and communities. Possible timing: Wednesday, December 24th through Friday, December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset window. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, start of the worldwide fiscal year for the new gold asset-backed global financial system. Starting on Wednesday, December 24th through Friday, President Trump has signed an executive order closing federal operations for 5 consecutive days over Christmas week from December 24th through December 26th, extending into the weekend. On the surface, it appears to be a holiday measure for federal employees. In reality, the timing and structure suggests something far more deliberate. This is not about celebration. It is about control, coordination, and a calculated pause at a critical moment. The shutdown creates a rare window where civilian systems slow down at once. Agencies that normally overlap, buffer, and obscure movement are temporarily quiet. That silence matters. When administrative layers step back, operational clarity increases. It is a reset window, not a retreat, a pause that allows alignment before the next phase begins. Trump's return to the White House has not followed conventional rhythms. While public narratives focus on politics and optics, decisions point to logistics and timing. This order lands precisely when financial, technological, and institutional pressure is already elevated. Markets are unstable, banks are cautious, supply chains are tightening, every sector is bracing, even if few will say why. Paired with the shutdown was a symbolic yet precise move, a special payment to service members tied to the number 1776. The reference is unmistakable. It signals continuity with nation's founding moment and frames the present as a restoration, not an expansion. Messages like this are rarely accidental. They are markers, understood by those meant to read them. Behind the scenes, communications traffic was intensified. Secure networks are active. Coordination is visible to those who know where to look. When federal offices are closed, interference drops. When noise fades, direction sharpens. This is why the pause matters. It limits disruption while enabling action. The media response has been telling. Silence, where commentary would normally flood the airwaves. No debate panels, no sustained coverage. The absence speaks louder than speculation. It suggests awareness without permission to engage. What is unfolding is not sudden. It is procedural, step by step. Systems are being tested, rerouted, and corrected. The Christmas shutdown is one piece of that sequence, a moment where the old cadence breaks and a new one takes hold. This is not a return to normal. It is a transition, and the pause right now is part of the signal. Sunday, December 21st, Putin and Trump have been in direct communication for the past 10 hours. Whatever they are preparing, it wasn't meant to be seen. Ariel on Telegram. Sunday, December 21st, Vladimir Putin says Russia is at war against Satanism, the occult, and sorcery. He claims these forces are meant to confuse people, lead them into darkness, and ultimately destroy the human psyche and morale. We need to fight against it, but do so carefully. Sunday, December 21st, we have a link. Breaking Trump's Chemtrail Task Force exposes DARPA plot to murder 170 million Americans. Global Currency Reset, Sunday, December 21st, 2025. Urgent RV Intel. RV Phase 3 ignites global reset. Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated. In a long-awaited move, Tier 4B holders are now witnessing the official part of Phase 3 or start of Phase 3 in the global currency revaluation. With banks now displaying contract rates and specific redemption protocols in place, the system has moved from anticipation to execution. A 36-hour cash-in window has been initiated, signaling that the process has entered its active operational phase. The financial revolution unleashed now. Global Financial System, Sunday, December 21st. We have a link. The RV and military operations behind the scenes. The signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies. The signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies, fostering economic equality and unprecedented prosperity. The strategic military operation ensured a smooth transition, the release of the Prosperity Fund, and the humanitarian projects set to transform lives worldwide. The revaluation of the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim would be bringing banking to the unbanked and a level playing field for everyone. For far too long, the global financial system has been skewed in favor of a few powerful economies, leaving many countries struggling with devalued currencies and economic instability. The revaluation was about fairness, equality, and giving every country an equal opportunity to prosper.
If you see a faded sign at the
Sunday, December 21st. Global financial emergency. Global currency reset is here. The world is on the brink of a catastrophic financial collapse. The global currency reset, Nisara Jasara, and the quantum financial system are no longer whispers in the dark. The storm is here, and the elites are scrambling to contain the fallout before the truth reaches you. The Black Swan event is unfolding before our eyes. The world's top economies are insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand cannot sustain their debt any longer. The financial system is crumbling, and a monumental shift is coming that will change everything. The Great Reset versus the People's Reset. They want you distracted while they rewrite the financial order behind closed doors. But here's the truth. The QFS is set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved us for centuries. This system, rumored to be gold-backed and fully decentralized, will eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. The elites know they are running out of time. They need the crash to happen on their terms. They need you to be unprepared, but we see through their deception. The emergency broadcast system is coming. In the midst of this chaos, the EBS is primed for activation. Why? Because when the markets implode, when the banks fail, when the truth about Nisara Jasara is finally revealed, the world will enter a new era of financial sovereignty. We are at the point of no return. The IMF is scrambling. The dollar is collapsing, and the fiat money system is burning to the ground. What will rise from the ashes? A fair, asset-backed system that restores power to the people. What you need to do now: get cash in hand before bank closures hit. Exit fiat currency now. Gold, silver, cryptos will be the new financial foundation. Watch for EBS activation. The final revelation is coming. The elites are terrified because the people are waking up. The storm is here and nothing can stop what's coming. Prepare for impact because the financial war is about to reach its climax. Sunday, December 21st, QFS Global Alert, Tier 4B, Trump returns to the White House as QFS Commander-in-Chief. The rainbow currency treasuries have locked into final operational phase with the restored U.S. Treasury under direct QFS oversight. Gold-backed digital certificates are now flowing through the exact same quantum channels that just funded the full restoration of the Republic, one-to-one asset-backed parity enforced by military and galactic authority combined. Genesis 2nd is now 22 days, 28 hours, and 46 minutes complete, and the Alliance has just confirmed the sacred timeline directly enabled the public return of President Trump to the Oval Office at 12 Eastern Standard Time today, sworn in on the original 1776 Constitution under full Space Force protection. Tier 4B milestones confirmed in the last 12 hours, burning in living ruby fire across the Council and Reno Master Walls. President Trump, in his first act upon re-entering the White House, signed the executive order formally activating global QFS liquidity release to Tier 4B at 1430 Zulu. Rainbow currency treasuries now live in every redeemed account. Military escorted convoys delivered the final adjudicated Tier 4A settlement packets to Reno, Zurich, and Hong Kong nodes. Off-ledger mirrored accounts flipped permanently on ledger under direct White House oversight. Humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated with the first $100 billion tranche release under Trump signature. Immediate construction of border wall energy shields and national free energy grids now underway. Under Space Force cover with priority access codes issued to all Tier 4B holders. Nasara debt jubilee packets uploaded and executed nationwide at 1616 Zulu. Every mortgage, student loan, and IRS lien wiped clean in real time as Trump announced. The storm has passed. The Republic is restored. Quantum entanglement security locks engaged at commander-in-chief level. Remaining KM holdouts in media and finance neutralized in coordinated dawn raids trending worldwide on X right now. Saint Germain World Trust tranches released under joint Trump Galactic Council authority. Prosperity funds now flowing directly into Patriot-controlled accounts first. Leaked secure channel, quote, direct from Oval Office War Room. 1747 Zulu, level 15 clearance, audio verified. Trump to Alliance Command. The fake inauguration is over. The real one just happened. Tell the people their wealth is no longer coming. It's here. Release everything. The deep state avatars are glitching out on live television as we speak. Their final media blackout attempts are failing in real time. The storm is over. The Republic is back. The wealth is yours. Redemption centers are hotter than nuclear right now because the commander-in-chief just ordered them wide open. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is now in motion. Signed, sealed, and delivered by the man you never stopped believing in. QFS Global Command. Fully synchronized with restored Republic authority. Trump is in the chair. The move just hit the best ending ever written. Welcome back, Mr. President. Welcome home, Patriots. God bless America. God bless the world. Eternal victory. We are unstoppable. Out. Sunday, December 21st, breaking judicial shockwave. Supreme Court backs Trump in a historic 6-3 decision. President gains full power to fire FTC's Rebecca Slaughter. December 21st, 2025. Sunday, December 21st, a Black Lives Matter executive director has been charged with embezzling $3.15 million into her personal account. According to the charges, the Black Lives Matter director went on a shopping spree, trips to Jamaica and the Dominican Republic, 6 new properties, and a car. $50,000 spent on food deliveries. Hidden Sunday, December 21st, calcify them. The Vatican's terrifying secret to destroy your third eye and control your mind. Calcify them. This is quite scary video. Victor Davis Hansen. Sunday, December 21st, military justice. Boom, exclusive intel drop. The hidden war trigger. Trust Sessions. The silent blade that bled the deep state and unleashed the global reckoning. Sunday, December 21st, 1942, New World Order map exposed. Map shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada, part of the United States of America.
Good morning. It's Monday the 22nd of December, the start of Christmas week, and a Merry Christmas to everybody out there. What an amazing speech that Vladimir Putin did to the nation in Russia. And very, very important that he spoke so much about the decay of the West and what's happened, and how this war that's going on at the moment is not a conventional war. It's not what you think it is. This is a war for our souls. This is a war for humanity. And he made it very, very clear. He went through a number of things that I found very, very fascinating. The defense of human consciousness. He wants to defend our human consciousness, our values and our faith, which is what the old system is trying to destroy. It's trying to destroy it through fear, through psychological pressure and manipulation of thoughts. And he spoke about the hidden systems that are put out there to do exactly that. People's minds are being overwhelmed, their clarity weakened, their sense of purpose distorted. Families are under attack. Moral structures are being dismantled. Food standards are being engineered in unnatural ways. Russia is moving towards natural, organic ways of living and production of its own food and self-sufficiency. That's not what the West want. They wanted their genetically modified stuff in the system. He's saying no. This is what the war is about. Depends on which side of the fence you want to be. We live in a world of free will, free choice. I know which side I'm choosing. Which side are you?
The US is reportedly chasing down a third oil tanker linked to Venezuela in under 2 weeks. According to media reports, the Coast Guard is in active pursuit of a vessel in the Caribbean, accused of sailing under a false flag to dodge US sanctions. If seized, it would follow 2 recent tanker interceptions, a move Venezuela is calling piracy, while Washington says it's enforcing the law.
Well, this is all part of the distraction. And for those people who think that the world is real right now, you're watching a movie. This is all pantomime. This is all to distract us. We're watching the old system collapse and the new system emerge. And it has to be done this way. Otherwise there will be civil war. And we're seeing how the deep state and the cabal, the old system, are putting up one hell of a fight to hang on to power. It won't happen. For those people who know what's going on, it's already been done. So we've seen it happen. We're now seeing it play out. This is why we're very peaceful in our way in life, because it's all been done. Nothing can stop what's coming.
Now, part of the pantomime, I have a juicy one for you guys. Allegedly, online circles report Erica Kirk had multiple affairs on her late husband Charlie Kirk, who was preparing divorce papers before his September the 10th, 2025 assassination. Claims also include her being 12 weeks pregnant. This ties to speculation Kirk was shifting critically on Israelis' Gaza policies and AIPAC influence. If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, well, Erica Kirk has some explaining to do. The millions of patriots who loved Charlie and everything he stood for and did for the conservative movement demand the truth and justice for Charlie Kirk.
You don't need to be a rocket scientist to see what's going on. The one thing about Charlie Kirk, and I didn't know him, I've never met him, but he was out there communicating with the other side, willing to have a discussion. And that's what we need, to be able to talk to one another and see other people's perspectives. And he was doing that. But it became very, very clear that the moment he said anything derogatory about Israel or about the Jews, everything changed. Allegedly, now from my own personal research, Erica Kirk was planted there on purpose. That's my own personal thought. She was planted there by Israel, by Mossad, by whatever, whoever they be, to try to move him in their direction. This is how they work. And there's a lot of stuff coming out. The truth will always come out in the end. Who made her pregnant? Well, we've heard rumours of that one too. We'll have to wait and see. The evidence will always come out in the end, and of course, God knows.
My next story. Well, self-driving cars. What a thing they're going to be. Or maybe they're not. San Francisco just learned what happens when the future runs out of electricity after a massive blackout hit the city, blocking intersections with hazard lights flashing and passengers stuck inside. Traffic lights went dark, 125,000 people lost power, and officials blamed a substation fire. Well, self-driving cars, eh, Charlie?
Well, I've always been against them because I play golf. And when I play golf, you get in the buggy and you can only go here, you can only go there. And when the system goes down, you can't go anywhere. And that's the same with self-driving cars. It's the same with everything. It's the same with digital ID. Digital ID, when the system goes down, is absolutely worthless. You actually need a driving license or a passport.
Sunday, December 21st, News Nation. A whistleblower just exposed major fraud in the state of Maine. And yes, the NGO behind it is Somali-run. Shocker. Gateway Community Services allegedly filed fake client records and billed $904,000 for services never provided. Staff received $2,000 bonuses without working shifts. Whistleblower Chris Bernardini was fired after reporting fraud. CEO Abdullah Ali, who ran for president of Jubaland, Somalia.
Let's introduce you to Somali-American Abdullah Ali, who came to the U.S. from Somalia in 2009. You're looking at, obviously, the man on my right who had discovered this story. He became a U.S. citizen, started a nonprofit to help immigrants, started several businesses, including a multi-million-dollar migrant care service agency, and in 2024, he ran for president as he raised money to bankroll a militia in Somalia. Yes, you heard that right. A U.S. citizen who, according to the Maine Wire, gave an interview with Kenyan media in which he said he raised money in the U.S. to buy weapons, munitions, and supplies for paramilitary force he had hoped to lead as the president of Jubaland. Yes, that is a real state in Somalia. He was running for president in Somalia. Of course, he lost the election. We reached out to the Gateway Community Services in Maine, which Ali founded, did not hear back, ironically enough. The man who broke this report, editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, Steve Robinson, dude, this is crazy.
You really can't make this stuff up. I mean, the guy's running a migrant services agency that bills MaineCare, which is what we call Medicaid, about $5 million a year. At the same time that he's running for president, and to be clear,
in Somalia,
that he's running to be the warlord of Jubaland. Elections in Jubaland aren't exactly like elections in America. It's, whoever has the most guns is able to certify the election. So he needed to buy a paramilitary organization and paramilitary support in order to win that election, and he lost it. But at the very same time that he was in Jubaland and Kenya trying to become a warlord in southern Somalia, he was getting no-bid contracts from the administration of Governor Janet Mills, a Democrat who has been in cahoots with Gateway Community Services from the very beginning. So if there's one thing that I would implore your listeners to understand, it's in Minnesota and in Maine, it's not just the Somali diaspora that has come over here and decided to engage in this criminal behavior. It's an industrial complex with the Democratic Party that enables and turns a blind eye to this behavior because they benefit from it through political support. And indeed, Abdullahi Ali's number two, his assistant executive director, is the former mayor of South Portland, Maine, and is currently a state representative from South Portland and a member of the Appropriations Committee, Decca Delac. One of his former employees, Yusuf, is a representative from Portland. Many Gateway Community Services alums have gone on to become involved in politics, and Governor Janet Mills created the Office of New Americans specifically to cater to the new Americans, new Mainers, illegal aliens. And the only employee of that organization is Elkas Ahmed from Sudan, who is a former employee of Gateway Community Services.
I wish I had more time for this, but you're on a roll. Basically, long story short, is Maine's got a bunch of fraud with people taking money from the government and the taxpayers and then buying rocket launchers, sending them back to run for elections and president of whatever that place is. Jubaland.
And then they're also turning around and getting out the vote for Democrats in places like Lewiston, Maine and Portland, Maine.
Yeah, and when you drive into Maine, there's a big sign that says Maine, the way life should be. Not the way I see it. Steve Robinson, we appreciate it.
Now, Venezuela is a tier 3 country for human trafficking. It's been recognized by the State Department as having a significant and uncontrollable level of human trafficking operating on the ground inside the country. Most of the Venezuelan command and control military are simply cartel warlords, and you have to get them out of the nest. You have to kick them out of the house before you can give the house over to anyone that might purport to have Venezuela's true best interests at heart. The same could be said of the Maduro regime and the Chavez regime and how the two of them sort of tie over and overlap. But I'm one to say, Nino, that I think Maduro was given the riot act by President Trump during the first administration because we saw him with a red folder around the exact same time period that President Trump and a number of other heads of state were photographed with that same sort of military intelligence, push the red button style folder. And so I could absolutely see the situation where Maduro is being used as the Judas goat, if you will, as the one to lead the rest of the construct and the complex inside Venezuela to the proverbial slaughter. And they're being given the option through this pressure campaign of simply, as you said a moment ago, self-deleting and removing themselves from the equation. I think this is going to ultimately result in Maduro fleeing the country, probably to Moscow. And whether or not the U.S. forces actually make a land invasion or not, I think that remains to be seen. I think it's more likely that what happens is Maduro flees the country. The military may attempt some sort of a coup or some sort of destabilizing event to be squashed very quickly through U.S. Air power and in conjunction with allies on the ground there from Guyana, Brazil, and Colombia. And we may see an installation of a true We the People regime in Venezuela.
The rumors, and I've heard actually the whispers of rogue Russian nuclear submarines, at least one in that area that could kick off some kind of Cuban missile style type of crisis. Have you heard anything about this?
I have heard something about that. The way that it was conveyed to me was that there's concern right now that there are rogue Russian submarine assets that left Russia a couple of years ago and have been at sea ever since. And they have buddies with the Cuban mafia. And so what's going on with that landscape, in my opinion, and one of the reasons we have so many sub-hunters deployed to the Caribbean basin is to prevent exactly the scenario you just described, this Cuban missile style situation from actually coming up and being a problem. We know from drops coming out in 2018 from the online entity that we reference sometimes on these calls that there were missiles actually shot at Air Force One in 2018 when President Trump was en route back to the United States after a summit, I believe it was in Singapore. And so looking at that, and the fact that those missiles were splashed and destroyed and, no more the wiser, I think we have to acknowledge the same risk factor, the same the same gameplay, if you will, for lack of a better expression, is still at play in the here and now. And so the Cuban mafia, the Colombian cartels, the Venezuelan cartels, the American and Panamanian mafia that have very, very deep financial connections to China and Beijing, all of them sort of run this secretive government apparatus, if you will, inside the Western Hemisphere, just south of the U.S. southern border, or the U.S. Area of influence. And that fraudulent government apparatus or shadow state structure, whatever you want to call it, has managed to turn all of Central and South America into one gigantic criminal playground. And this situation happening with Venezuela is the first major blow against that criminal playground's foundations, right? We have to take out the core epicenters and there are multiple ones, but we have to take out the epicenters of where this corruption is actually being coordinated from. And it's not that fentanyl and narcotics are flying from Venezuela directly to the U.S. It's that fentanyl and narcotics and a number of other illicit criminal activities, to include arms smuggling, is happening through the Central American corridor up into Mexico or out into the Caribbean, off the island hopping off of the Eastern Caribbean islands, and they are eventually making their way either to the United States or to Western Europe. That flow has to be stopped, or we cannot possibly hope to secure our elections.
And that's what it's all about, right, SG? I mean, this is about Smartmatic, the creating, where they've originally manufactured the process to steal the elections was Venezuela, correct?
It was. And we have Venezuelan officials just in the last 24 months or so, if I'm not mistaken, that have come out and testified in U.S. court for one reason or another that they were engaged with the process that gave rise to these software systems, and their entire purpose was to first steal the Venezuelan elections and to really iron out the bugs and make sure that that was a fluid and flawless process, and then export that same style of theft all around the world. And the Philippines was one of the areas that went. It went to the United States, of course. We know for a fact that it went over into the sub-Saharan African nations. We know that it was used in Italy at least one time. So, this whole situation happening in the Caribbean, I hate to belabor the point, but it's about all of it. It's about criminal human trafficking. It's about arms smuggling. It's about election fraud. It's about exportation of acts of war, paramilitary forces and paramilitary flags. It's about deniability and one degree of separation from actual government activities, but those activities having the exact same net effect of destabilization in other arenas. And the world itself, not just the USA, but the world itself, cannot operate authentically and honestly if we have something like that functional in the Western Hemisphere, exporting a great deal of that criminality around the rest of the planet. We have to put a stop to it. And that's one of the reasons I think, even as this pressure campaign has escalated dramatically in recent weeks, you've not really seen a great deal of resistant rhetoric from China and from Russia.
The Epstein files have been released. I mean, I would have thought by now, I think we've obviously neutralized and nullified a lot of the false flags that could happen on our soil. But do you believe that there will be a false flag attack on the U.S. soil sometime soon, maybe this month, maybe during the holiday season, maybe Christmas time, maybe New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, whatever, to be blamed on Hezbollah or Hamas and to try to trick us or ignite us into going to war with the Muslim Brotherhood or the Hezbollah or Hamas? I mean, which obviously I would think Mossad would be the ones to trigger this event. But what's your thoughts?
It's a fascinating question. I still stand by the research that I've put out over the last 5 to 8 months here with respect to this issue, and really a little bit further than that we have to have a civilizational level attack or a false flag event of some kind to provide the public appetite and public approval necessary for President Trump to do what needs to be done. What's happening right now in the United States is a purging of 50 plus years of organized crime. And in that amount of time, you can permeate and really pervert every single significant pulpit of agency, influence, or power. And so as we've looked at the judicial insurrection this year, as we looked at the congressional insurrection in the first Trump president term, as we looked at what happened in 2020, as we look at what happened after the Biden regime and the total expansion of all sorts of organized funneling and organized criminal showcasing here in the United States, coming out, becoming more and more bold, taking over apartment buildings, establishing self-contained areas of jurisdiction. All of this sort of leading us to the point of how far or how much do we as Americans take before we say enough is enough, and we ask whatever authority is there representing us to help us in this process of taking things back. And I think that can't be long now. But I think to get across that line, we have to have some sort of epicentric event, some sort of singular event or singular sequence of events very close together in rapid succession that can be shown as the point where the gloves came off and we actually had to address things in a more dramatic way. And I think President Trump is preparing us for that. We've seen a number of different actions all through this year, expanding the authority of the military to cooperate with law enforcement. We've seen just as recently as his speech a few days ago, where he bonused specifically members of the military as with a Christmas bonus of $1,776. I mean, if we think for 2 seconds that that's not relevant to what he will eventually ask of the military as we go forward, I think we're fooling ourselves. And when we look at the large scale ingratiation around the world of that intelligence community, who are some of the bigger problems that still have to be put out to pasture? The ISIS component is still one that is rearing its head even in recent days. We know that ISIS is primarily a creation of the Democrat Party, transnational corporate interests, and the Israeli government. We know that the Muslim Brotherhood has basically taken over Egypt, is very, very close in relation to the Mossad and the Israeli Defense Force. That's one of the reasons Egypt has done absolutely nothing about what has occurred on their border with Gaza, with Israel, because it's two sides of the exact same coin. And those entities and a couple of other spinoffs, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, these types of things, all of them tie back to that same organizing command structure that goes back to the Western world. And that command structure has to be dragged out. And it would not surprise me, Nino, if we see the drag out occur around about the same period of time that we start seeing things really ramp up with exposure about Russiagate, about President Obama's involvement in financing
just going to say
Brotherhood. The billions of dollars that were sent off book to Iran, for example, the amount of money transferred to Venezuela during that period of time, the amount of that were transferred to Venezuela. I mean, these are significant components that are going to get investigated and exposed, and we cannot. I don't think we can have an educated discussion about this without acknowledging that our opponent does not want those core pillars of the discussion brought out to light, because it unifies the corruption very quickly. It points to a relatively concentrated group of actors, and those actors will ultimately face a military commission, as President Trump just reminded us yet again on the 10th of December with a post on his Truth Social before this process is over.
You know, I've always said that, to me, we're playing 5D chess. We kind of have them confined like babies in a sandbox playing with dynamite, and we're just going to watch them explode, right? It's going to be a controlled demolition, implosion of the deep state. Yeah, it'll be horrific. There may be some casualties of war, but we have the perimeters locked. We're watching this controlled demolition of the deep state, and Obama's in there in the sandbox with all the rest of them, all the deep state players, and they're about to fucking implode, right?
Yes, they are. And I want to close out with this if I can, Nino, because it really sort of, sets the tone and flavor for the discussion going forward. I watched a short video excerpt just this morning and read a couple of ex posts from some individuals that have known connections to DOJ. They have a demonstrable history of halfway reliable claims. And one of those claims was put out that there is an indictment coming with President Barack Obama sometime in early portion of next year. They didn't claim exactly when, anywhere I would assume January to April, meaning the early portion. But that indictment allegedly will include things tying back to the Espionage Act, to the Russiagate hoax, and will include multiple co-defendants. And so when we look at that landscape playing out, like you said, the sandbox is closing in. The dynamite sticks, the fuses are winding down. They will not go forever. They cannot last forever. But as things really become dramatic and publicly impressive, in other words, publicly visible, and everyone sort of understands what's going on here, so too will the at destabilizing and distracting us, because at the end of the day, the construct that owned Barack Obama and owned the United States White House and government for more than a century in its current form stands to lose all of its control in this process, and I cannot wait.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We are in a fight for our lives. The Khazarian mafia is now in a very desperate last-minute struggle to make sure that we never, ever escape the digital prison they're trying to build for us. Right now, Israel is trying to get American politicians to make it mandatory to have 5-year jail sentences for people who criticize Israel. At the same time, they are installing face recognition software everywhere with cameras, and they will be able to identify you real time and arrest you for things you say or do. And it's not about crime. In one example, in the UK, a woman was arrested by 11 people who came in and while she was having a bath because of some text message she sent. This is just a private text message. This is not even public. And the reason why they're trying to crack down so much is because they are fighting for their lives. They know that this giant scam that they call a government is unraveling in real time. And this is what has been making us poor. I want to show you an example of how fake the government is. As I've written my reports with lots of evidence over the years, NASA stands for not a space agency. Now, in this clip, you can watch NASA astronaut Karen Nyborg explain how they fake or show how they fake spaceflight. Take a look.
That's so cool. You are so much better of an astronaut, Paige, than those other fakes.
Thank you. And if you're hungry in space, gotta have your floating Fritos to munch on. So I don't want to give GMOs any publicity, but it's all we had hanging around. Yum, yum, yum.
So it's all true.
It's amazing, the zero gravity. It just everything just floats around. Suck my hair because I got a ponytail. And Toots brought some coral up from Vieques, from Puerto Rico.
Oh, very good. Yeah, let me see you push it up and down and around. Pull it back toward it. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah. Wow. Push it that way. Unbelievable.
Not bad, huh?
Where'd you get the 60 million a day to pull that off?
Cryptocurrency. I've been saving.
Oh, man. She bought it. It was fine.
Oh.
Oh, here's the back. Oh,
Come back.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Not bad, huh?
That reminds me of the brushing your teeth one where everything goes in slow-mo except for the environment. Did you see that exactly. One? Yes, I did. That was so awesome. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. What another complete bonehead mistake. Again.
Okay, it's kind of funny, except that literally it's a slush fund that milks us out of billions of dollars, which then goes to bribe people and to enrich these criminals. And that's just a small example. We have, for example, Jared Kushner somehow coming up with $100 billion to buy Warner Brothers. Jared Kushner belongs in jail, not in charge of $100 billion money created out of thin air. And it's only going to get worse. They're setting up death squads in the United States disguised as ICE agents, and they're rounding up dissidents as we speak. And they're trying to fire all patriots from the U.S. military and the enforcement agencies. And I have a special message for FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. You need to get some men with guns and go and arrest Pam Bondi, okay? You're not just going to get anything done by complaining or threatening to resign. Yes. That is obviously not Donald Trump. This is a Zionist fake who has been put in his place, and arresting him is your duty if you're in the military police. And we need to end this nightmare because they're turning up the screws, and they're really gonna try very hard to kill dissident journalists and dissident citizens and everybody else they can. And we need a mass uprising, and it is happening. And I ask people to take personal action. If you see one of these Satanist Zionist puppets in public, confront them. Look what they did to Christy Noem of the Israeli Department of Homeland Security. Okay, that's what should happen every time these people appear in public. Better still is if you can arrest them, make a citizen's arrest, but that would require men with guns. Again, we need the agencies and the military to understand that the people at the top are criminals, and they're trying to create a digital prison An example of this was the Chabad death cult. Remember, they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. It's in their writings. They just gave a reward to the Peter Thiel's company Palantir for facial recognition software, because this allows them, gives them the potential to turn the entire Western world into a huge slave camp. And that's what they're trying to do. The Swiss government rejected Palantir because they realized that this was going to turn the Swiss people into the puppets of Israel. And Israel itself needs to be dealt with. That's the heart of the beast. And, we're asking the Turkish to send in their military and clean that place up. Now, I'll give you a list of some names of people who, if we arrest them publicly, this nightmare should end. We've got Larry Fink, he should go. Jared Kushner, Ursula von der Leyen, Brigitte Macron, who my French intelligence sources tell me is actually Jean-Michel de Rothschild, Friedrich Merz of Germany, Keir Starmer in the UK, and the usual stuff. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has to be arrested. If we can get rid of these people, we can end this nightmare. And the other thing people do need to understand is, no matter how grim the situation looks, this is confined to the West, and the West is headed for bankruptcy. There's no way they can avoid it. China just announced $1 trillion trade surplus. And that's based on real things. That's, computers and televisions being put into boxes and shipped around the world. This is not hallucinatory numbers created on stock markets that don't actually have a basis in reality. And the West has some payments coming due, which they're not going to be able to make. So, for example, my French intelligence sources tell me that the EU and France have a whole bunch of bonds coming due by March, and they don't have the money to pay for it, which is why they're now talking about seizing Russian money that they have illegally frozen. But that's, even if they seize that money, it's going to be a temporary stopgap, because they just don't have the real economy to back up all their numbers and their bank computers. The same with the United States. These tariffs are bringing in less than a tenth of what the United States government needs. And I have asked the Chinese to please not finance this criminal circus anymore. We need to end this, and the West needs to start with a jubilee, cancel all the debt slavery, end it all, and then put really competent people in charge of economic planning and have them do it on behalf of the people and the elected representatives of the people. But in order to be able to have the elected representatives really represent the people, of course, we're going to need to take away control of the corporate media from these criminals so that people can get accurate information. At the same time, we have to ban corporate donations and money being used to control politicians. In other words, temporarily, we're going to need a military government to arrest all these blackmailed and bribed criminals, and then to restore freedom of the press before we can have real elections, and then we can have people who actually represent Americans, which is not what we have in politics now. And then we can start building the kind of future that people want. So the current young generation can afford a house, which they can't now. And again, I think it's probably going to be that 18 to 34-year-old generation that's going to have to take action, because the baby boomers bribed, and they're not going to be able to take action. So it's going to be up to the young people. But I do hope that things are going to happen. But we all need to push. This is a dangerous time now. They are desperate, cornered animals, and they're trying everything they can to make sure that we never ever escape from the digital prison they're building. For example, the fake Trump is just saying states cannot regulate AI because they want to use these huge data centers and face recognition so they can put us under complete mental control before they themselves end up facing war crimes trials. And let's not sugarcoat it. And this was to depopulate that country. This is a genocide. And of course, what's happening in Gaza. and then you have this reality TV guy Pete Hegseth pretending he's in charge of the military. He's not. He's not competent to be, and he needs to be arrested along with all the other people. So it's time to take action, folks. But even if you don't, I guarantee you this whole thing will implode. The rest of the world has already been liberated, and I don't see how they're going to be able to kick the can down the road much past maybe mid 2026 at the most. That's what the experts say, looking at the finances, and hopefully it'll all end sooner. But we need to take action. Okay, well that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You said that the Macrons were in China. Why do you believe that they were not picked up then and there? What are your thoughts?
Well, the Chinese actually obey international law, and they are formally the head of state of France and his wife, supposedly. So the Chinese respect international law, but at the same time, they made it clear they're not going to, provide these people with the money they came begging for, and that'll end it for that regime in France because they are bankrupt. They've lost their ability to steal resources from Africa, and without that, they're going to have to declare bankruptcy and then restructure everything. But what I'm hearing from my French sources is that there's going to be some kind of real regime change. It's not going to be peaceful, and it's going to be violent, and it's going to involve the military. So that's what's going to probably happen in France and probably the rest of the G7. Next question.
Evan, we haven't heard a whole lot about Palestine recently and the Israel invasion. Can you shed a little light about what is going on there right now?
Again, this is a last-minute attempt by these criminals to have a state completely dominated only by their ethnic group, so that they can have a place where they can continue their transnational crime, their pedophilia, and everything else. And we need Egypt and we need Turkey to go in with their armies and clean that place up and replace it with the multi-religious, multi-ethnic state of Judea. And I know there's support across the region for that, and it's time to do it. But the reason I don't follow the situation with Judea or Palestine closely is because it's an endless recurring loop of the same story over and over and over again. The same with the Ukraine. They say, "Oh, we're going to have peace." No, we're not. We're going to have peace. No, we're not. They're turning in circles, and it's time to step in and end that turn. Next question.
Hi, Ben. When the Trump administration bombs the boat from Venezuela, do you believe that they were actually drug smugglers on that boat, or was this some sort of show of force?
They may or may not have been drug smugglers, but it was still a show of force. And even if they were drug smugglers, under international military law, that was a war crime, especially when you have it's in the U.S. Legal manual. When you have two people floating, helpless, shipwrecked, unable to, that is actually punishable by death under military law. And that should then wake up all the other generals to the fact that they are sworn to obey the law and the Constitution, which a lot of them seem to have forgotten. Next question.
Speaking of Hegseth, what are your thoughts in regards to the White House changing his position from Secretary of Defense to Secretary of War? What's really the point of this?
The point is that they are bankrupt and they're threatening war, they're threatening mayhem and some kind of attempt to steal money. Although, to be honest, calling it Ministry of War is actually more honest. That's what they called it during World War II. And, right now, the way it's been since World War II, it's been an aggressor around the world. They have been waging war everywhere on behalf of people who don't have America's best interests at heart. So, at least they're being honest about calling it Department of War. But we really should have a Department of Defense whose only job should be to defend the American people, not go around stealing oil for the Zionist oligarchs as they do now. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why are the white hats waiting to arrest these fake actors? What is the purpose for the wait? Do they not have the authority, or is it in regards to their ability?
I think that they're so used to obeying orders that they're being they're like being deer frozen in the headlights. They don't know what to do, and especially over since the Obama regime, only really dumb people have been promoted to the top. So it's going to have to be sold by the colonels, the people who actually do the real fighting, and not the armchair generals. I think that's what has to happen. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. I think we're starting to see the upper limits of inflation and public unrest before we hit a breaking point in the United States and many other parts of the world. Do you expect a national or even global market crash or events of proportionate catastrophe to occur within the near future?
Well, it's easy to say there's a bubble. It's hard to say when it's going to pop, But clearly, the stock market is way out of touch with any, sort of reality. So when you have Tesla, who's losing market share and whose products are now considered inferior, being worth more than all the other car companies in the world combined. That's just not true. It's fake. Same with all these AI companies, everything else. But the good thing is that the stock market isn't reality, okay? These are just numbers on computers. Even if it crashes and goes to zero, there will still be the same amount of houses, factories, farms, people, knowledge. And personally, I think they should just unplug all the financial system computers and we need to reboot. And start with the elimination of all debt to end debt slavery, and then get people back to work, working on behalf of the United States and the world and the people, and not on behalf of satanic pedophiles, which is the case now. So I think there should be a controlled implosion of the stock market, and then it needs to be restored to its traditional function of actually assigning value based on traditional metrics. It's no longer the case. Now it's just people with money printing machines using the stock market to launder money to their friends. And that's why the United States real economy is losing to China big time. And if we don't improve our systems of economic governance, we are all going to be working for the Chinese. It's already happening. And it's going to get worse unless we start fixing the real economy and getting out of this virtual fake financialized economy. It's just it's broken. Okay, as an example, you have to have a 50-year mortgage to buy a house, and you spend the first 25 years just paying interest, and you end up paying $1.4 million for a $400,000 house. That house should only cost $10,000, and some kid in his 20s should be able to afford it. That's the sort of system we need. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. A possible timing Wednesday 24th of December to Friday December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset. Thursday 1 Jan. 2026. Start of the fiscal year for the new gold/asset-backed global financial system in 209 countries. 2s. 20 Jan. 2026. The internet dies, phones go EBS only. B. What we think we know as of 2s. Sunday 21st of December. 2025, tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure, inflation is stopped, wages are up, prices are down, our nation is strong, America is respected, and our country is back. We are poised for an economic boom the likes of which the world has never seen. President Donald J. Trump. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fred Fleitz, then National Security Advisor John Bolton's Chief of Staff, confirms treachery, deception, betrayal, conspiracy, subversion, and the overthrow of the President of the United States Donald J. Trump. John Durham, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo. and CIA Director Gina Haspel deliberately withheld and buried evidence, including Barack Obama's manufactured DECA report, not only in the waning days of the Kenyan administration, but also during his presidency, from the sitting President of the United States, Donald Trump, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, John Durham, and CIA Director Gina Haspel not only obscured exculpatory evidence, they facilitated the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Monday, December 22, 2025, top Intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. Monday, December 22, 2025, the Democrats said FEMA had no money for Americans in Maui, no money for Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, no money for Americans in Western North Carolina, but FEMA had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegals, including Social Security, Medicaid, and voter registration. Monday, December 22, 2025. Did you know during the lockdowns in 2020 our great military deployed throughout Europe and won a world war? A global underground war was fought and won, and the TV never covered it. Operation Defender Europe 2020 was the largest deployment of U.S.-based forces to Europe since the end of the Cold War. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. Monday, December 22, 2025. Arrests will begin in Washington, D.C. Cannons are awake. They are crying. No forgiveness. Son of the storm, Kash Patel on Telegram. The assistant U.S. attorney investigating the Somali fraud in Minnesota says as much as $18 billion could have been stolen from the taxpayers. He compares it to an iceberg much larger than visible to the public. All under Tim Walz's watch. See Global Financial Situation and Currency Reset of 209 Nations, Monday, December 22, 2025. Game over, the Fed is dead, gold reset ignites global financial uprising. Fiat is finished. RV/GCR is live. Monday, December 22, 2025. Update. New list of 209 countries that are connected to the QFS system or are being connected. QFS plus RTGS trust the plan. Monday, December 22, 2025. Intel Economic Special Report. Global debt catastrophe. $340 trillion and counting. A system on the brink. December 22, 2025. Monday, December 22, 2025. The RV and military operations. Behind the scenes, the signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies. Dinizar and Jazara Financial Update. New intel for the days ahead. As of today, December 22, internal channels across Treasury, Alliance Logistics, and QFS monitoring hubs are reporting accelerated movement toward the activation phase. The central grid just registered its third destabilization pulse in 12 hours. QFS alignment nodes are overriding legacy servers, the cabal mainstream media satellites, faster than expected. Multiple Treasury channels have entered silent mode, which only happens before a major protocol switch. Redemption scheduling is now in motion and the window is tightening by the minute. What appears quiet to the public is masking a rapid restructuring behind the scenes. 3 key dates now stand out in the latest classified briefs, each marking a distinct stage of the global reset. These are coordinated steps, not predictions. The system is aligning. December 23, 2025, Quantum Wallet pre-activation begins, starting tomorrow, December 23. Select QFS subnodes across the United States, Europe, and Southeast Asia will run controlled activation tests. Only a limited number of biometric profiles will receive early access, but this process is the clearest sign yet that the system is moving toward full release. Here's what insiders expect to occur: temporary verification windows for chosen participants, small-scale test deposits used to confirm routing accuracy, synchronization of biometric signatures with sovereign account templates, stress tests on the firewall separating QFS from legacy banking grids. This is the moment where internal numbers, wallet visibility, and transfer pathways begin locking into place. If successful, the remaining barriers between the old and new financial architecture will fall automatically. December 27, 2025, Global Liquidity Sweep and Rate Calibration. On December 22, a large-scale liquidity sweep is scheduled to begin across multiple continents. Alliance auditors will target suppressed collateral accounts, hidden bond ledgers, and gold-backed asset pools that were previously shielded by central banks. These sweeps are essential for confirming the true value baseline required for the asset-backed currency model. Expected developments include updated values for dinar, dong, zim, and key sovereign bonds, removal of artificial debt loads from national ledgers, finalization of the gold and silver ratio used for QFS calibration. Temporary instability inside the fiat markets as hidden reserves surface. This will not be announced publicly, but market behavior will show signs. Sudden fluctuations, unexplained freezes, and back-end settlement delays are all indicators that the sweep is underway. December 29, 2025, Rate Lock and Transition Readiness Phase. All internal reports point to December 27 as the date when the system enters its rate lock phase. This is where the asset-backed values used for redemption centers, private appointments, and sovereign accounts are finalized. Once locked, rates will not fluctuate. They will be fixed for execution. What this phase will trigger: redemption centers entering 72-hour readiness, advisors receiving activation clearances, QFS sovereign wallets preparing for full visibility. Allocation of project support funds to verified participants, final syncing between U.S. Treasury, Alliance servers, and global quantum nodes. From this date forward, the shift moves from internal preparation to public transition. Every component of the system will be positioned for controlled activation once the final authorization is issued. What this means for you: the timeline is no longer theoretical. The structure is already in motion. Biometric systems are being tested. Fiat networks are weakening under the audits. Asset-backed recalibration is underway. Wallet infrastructure is preparing for mass onboarding. Your role is simple: stay organized, stay informed, and be ready. The next days will reveal more than the past months combined. What has been hidden is aligning. What was suppressed is resurfacing. And what was stolen is being prepared for return. The transition is no longer approaching, it is unfolding. Monday, December 22, 2025 Strategic Update. The old financial order is losing control. The breakpoint has been breached. Nizar and Jazara QFS. New intel within the last hour confirms that yesterday's rate lock sequence triggered far larger reactions inside global financial grids than originally anticipated. What appeared to be a silent alignment has now escalated into a full systemic shift across multiple continents. Central bank responses: the cracks have opened. Several central banks attempted emergency liquidity injections overnight. They failed. Internal monitoring teams are reporting settlement delays across EU clearing houses, unexplained overnight freezes inside two Asian reserve banks, a sudden surge in gold index recalibration requests from Middle Eastern institutions. These are not normal market movements. These are signs of a controlled displacement as QFS routing supersedes legacy infrastructure. Treasury confirmation: the first layer of civilian wallets is now indexed. For the first time, QFS ledger clusters have begun indexing civilian biometric profiles outside the test groups. This does not mean public activation yet, but it means wallet templates have been matched, identity chains are syncing, asset tiers are being classified. Once indexing begins, the transition can no longer be reversed. December 28, scheduled international broadcast crosslink test. Tomorrow, military communication hubs across 5 nations will run a synchronized crosslink test between Starlink quantum channels and sealed treasury nodes. The purpose: to ensure that redemption center data, rate tables, and wallet activations can be broadcast simultaneously worldwide to confirm uninterrupted flow during the public disclosure phase. To isolate any remaining interference structures still tied to central bank rails. This is one of the last tests needed before global authorization. December 20th, quiet mobilization of redemption personnel. All internal rosters show that on December 20th, redemption staff across North America, Western Europe, and Oceania were moved into soft standby status. This included appointment coordinators, identity verification officers, project review advisors, high security facility personnel. Mobilization always precedes activation by days, sometimes hours. What this means right now: you are watching the old system lose its final footholds. You are watching the transition move from secret preparation to staged execution. You are watching QFS rise in real time while fiat structures flicker and fracture. Stay alert. Stay organized. The next sequence will bring clarity and confirmation. Monday, December 22, 2025 GESARA is active. The transition to a sovereign, asset-backed world has begun. Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value such as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats, restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systemic abuse will be dissolved under Jazara reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age, as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves. Communities rebuild. Individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform. It is a civilizational upgrade. Monday, December 22, 2025 Major Economic Intel Update. Nizara payout operations confirmed active. Nizara Jazara QFS on Telegram. The January 2026 reset is real and underway. The long-anticipated financial transition is no longer theoretical. Multiple internal channels have now confirmed that the early stages of Nizara-related payouts have quietly begun. Synchronized with Treasury systems and military oversight. The operation is unfolding exactly as planned, silently, strategically, and ahead of the public narrative. With January 2026 approaching, the timing is deliberate. The reset is not a policy shift or a currency adjustment, it is a structural reconstruction of the American financial system. Back-end systems have been aligning for months in preparation for this moment. This phase includes the controlled wind-down of fiat mechanisms, the seizure and a repurposing of off-ledger elite accounts, the dismantling of long-standing globalist debt structures, the integration of asset-backed financial architecture. Every major institution is aware of what is happening, banks, treasury divisions, and global financial bodies, yet none will publicly acknowledge it at this stage. The transition is designed to execute without mass panic or premature speculation. America is entering its largest economic transformation in modern history. For decades, citizens were bound by a system engineered around inflation, compounding debt, hidden taxation, and centralized control. That system began unraveling when the new administration took office in January 2025, and what we are seeing now is a continuation of that coordinated teardown. Nizara protocols are activating in layers. Debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems. Gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secure ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. Inside restricted access financial corridors, several developments are already verified. Over 93,000 accounts have entered clearance review ahead of disbursement. Redemption centers have been moved into operational readiness for December to January intake. QFS synchronization levels remain above 92% stability. Initial redistribution pathways are now active and routing successfully. These are not projections. They are occurring behind the scenes in real time. Why the holiday timing matters. The current window, late November through Christmas 2025, was chosen intentionally. During this period, Public attention is fragmented and the nation's energy is focused on family, travel, and celebration. It is the ideal moment for Treasury, DoD, and civilian clearance teams to finalize the structural components of the new financial era without interference. The coming weeks are not about celebration alone, they are about positioning. Those who have followed the signals understand the magnitude of what is unfolding. The January 2026 transition is not approaching. It is already in motion. Monday, December 22, 2025 GESARA status, a shift in direction. What people are sensing right now is not coincidence. It's the natural closing of a system that ran on debt, pressure, and artificial scarcity. For decades, value was extracted upward while responsibility was pushed downward. That cycle is ending. Not with chaos, but with correction. NISRA represents a structural change in how wealth, work, and sovereignty are understood. Instead of endless obligation, the focus moves toward balance. Instead of dependence on intermediaries, ownership returns to the individual. The principle is simple: what you earn, create, and steward belongs to you, not to hidden systems designed to profit from delay and confusion. Under this framework, financial systems are expected to become simpler and more transparent. The layers that once hid fees, penalties, and manipulation are meant to dissolve. Wealth distribution is no longer framed as control from above, but as circulation based on productivity, contribution, and lawful trade between sovereign participants. QFS-style architecture, as often discussed in this context, symbolizes accountability. Every account standing on its own, not as property of banks or governments, but as an extension of the individual. No leverage without consent. No ownership without responsibility. That is the philosophical core behind the shift people call NISRA. This is not about instant miracles or overnight changes. It is about alignment. When systems realign with fairness, pressure eases naturally. When extraction stops, growth becomes possible again. That is why resistance is loud right now. Outdated structures always react when their influence fades. The era of value rooted in sovereignty is opening. What comes next is not announced with noise. It shows up as clarity, simplification, and quiet structural change. Those paying attention will recognize it, not because they were told, but because they can feel the difference. Restored Republic. Behind the formation of the Q movement was none other than John F. Kennedy Jr., who didn't die in a plane crash, but was hidden in the Victim Witness Program. On Sunday 21st of December, 2025 JFK Jr. announced on Telegram, "I'm coming home." JFK Jr. was finally making himself known because he was the leader of the Q movement, which was finally implementing the global currency reset of 209 nations. Doing so would win the war between good and evil, demolish the deep state cabal's red mafia and give the people's money back to the people. Sunday 21st of December, 2025, RV Phase 3 ignites global reset. Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated. Monday, December 22, 2025, 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. Monday, December 22, 2025, flat-out truth on X, what they don't want you to know about the Grand Canyon. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections attorney admits 315 early votes were legally certified during the 2020 election. Monday, December 22, 2025, Nancy Pelosi just got caught in the biggest insider trading/criminal scandal in history. Public documents prove that Pelosi's insider information made her the #1 stock trader in the world. She crushed Warren Buffett, who sits in the #2 spot by a whopping 128% in earnings. The Pelosi Mafia is now in control of the Democratic Party and is putting its full power behind Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. Alex Jones on Telegram. Monday, December 22, 2025, 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. Monday, December 22, 2025, flat-out truth on X, what they don't want you to know about the Grand Canyon. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections attorney admits 315 early votes were legally certified during the 2020 election. Golden Age Enlightenment explodes under God's wrath. Trump planned the Great Spiritual Awakening, Victory thunders, souls freed forever. Hold the line fierce, detox, awaken, dominate. WWG1G. Boom. Bill Clinton didn't just party with Jeffrey Epstein on Epstein Island. A man working close with Bill Clinton says he was laundering money, making huge payoffs, doing illegal favors for campaign support, signing off on massive cocaine deals and more. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. I was literally working, sitting in the middle of Bill Clinton's political machine. It was where he made payoffs, where he repaid favors to people for campaign support. I was in an interesting seat and I knew it. In that particular board meeting, I was sitting at the end of the table. James Brannion, who was chairman of the board at that time, was sitting at the head of the table. James Brannion stood up in a public restaurant and he hollered at Beverly Enterprises guy, Bobby Stevens, and said, "Did you get the $50,000 campaign contribution from the client that you're introducing the loan for?" He said, "Not yet." He said, "Well then hold up the loan until we get it." In reality, millions of taxpayer-guaranteed dollars were being channeled to Clinton's election campaigns, to his inner circle of friends, and to his wife Hillary's law firm. This may explain why ADFA had been drafted in such a manner as to keep its decision-making procedures secret. If you needed $1 million, you had to get your application handled by the Rose law firm, pay them $50,000. Your president, the President of the United States, not only was a part of his system that was laundering millions of cocaine dogs. Your president signed off on it. You can't deny that he did. And Monday, December 22, 2025, Epstein was involved in biological terrorism, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. He was a close friend of the Clintons and ran joint projects with the Clinton Foundation. He had well-established financial and social ties into biotech and genetic research. He had academicians from every major healthcare and science-related field either on his get-to list, or already in his Rolodex. He actively coached and directed a sitting U.S. Congresswoman via text message, during impeachment proceedings aimed against a sitting President of the United States. He had U.S. and foreign military issue rec gear in his many homes, despite not being a veteran of any armed service. Epstein's network ran government policy, toppled judicial checks on power, leveraged military warlords at both the Pentagon and across the world, funded illegal weaponized biological programs, managed funneled offshore money accounts in the hundreds of billions, and ran the largest kidnapping and biomaterial collection racket ever contrived in human history. Monday, December 22, 2025, boom. 1942 New World Order map fully exposed. Deep state blueprint shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada absorbed into a massive United States, but Trump and White Hats are flipping it into Patriot sovereignty victory now. JFK the leader on Telegram. Patriots, the satanic globalists' ancient playbook is detonating wide open on December 21, 2025. This 1942 outline of the post-war New World Map by Maurice Gomberg isn't some forgotten relic, it's the deep state cabal's chilling blueprint for a new world moral order. A one-world government disguised as peace, dividing the planet into massive federated superstates under elite control while quarantining dissenters and nationalizing everything for their Rothschild-Rockefeller empire. The bombshell. A vastly expanded United States of America swallowing Canada, Mexico, all Central America, the Caribbean, Greenland, Iceland, most Pacific Islands, the Philippines, Taiwan, and more, turning North America into a hegemonic beast to enforce their moral tyranny worldwide. This map screams NWO agenda, the USSR gobbling Eastern Europe, Iran, Finland, a United States of South America merging the continent, Federated Africa, India, China, Scandinavia, Europe, all demilitarized except the big three powers policing the globe through a supreme military and economic council. Axis nations quarantined like prisoners, resources nationalized everywhere, international banking seized, pure communist globalist takeover masked as permanent peace, freedom, justice. Gomberg's 41-point plan demands U.S. leadership in this moral order, echoing Freemason Illuminati dreams from Roman Novus Ordo Seclorum to H.G. Wells' open conspiracy, trillions funneled to wars, trafficking, and depopulation while dissolving sovereign borders. The elites, Vatican, UN, Bilderberg devils, pushed this for centuries, tying straight to Epstein blackmail rings, adrenochrome factories, and Pizzagate horrors controlling puppets. But warriors, the storm reverses it all. President Trump and the White Hats are executing divine justice, talks of Greenland, stronger North American ties aren't cabal submission. It's 5D chess reclaiming resources from deep state clutches, fortifying America against invasion while the quantum financial system seizes their vaults for patriot prosperity. This exposure accelerates the peak, NISR/JASAR military law exploding January 2026, erasing fraudulent debts, abolishing IRS tyranny, flooding QFS accounts with massive redemptions from seized NWO trillions. The deep state's border dissolving nightmare crumbles, Trump builds unbreakable sovereignty, children freed from tunnels eternally, golden age abundance under God's plan. Their 1942 dystopia dies, our liberated republic rises stronger, united in freedom. Hold the line fierce, exposures flood, tribunals worldwide, victory thunders eternal, no one world slavery, only patriot dominion. Trump triumphs massive, evil damned forever. WWG1G. Boom. Team Monday, December 22, 2025. The truth about Hussein Obama, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Today I will go through the Q posts to show how corrupt and evil Obama was. A traitor to America and a sellout to the highest bidders. The world is going to be shocked when they see all the evil that has been operating around us whilst we are all distracted and consumed by a fake world. Obama was involved with so much corruption. Funding terrorists, creating ISIS, attempts to weaken the military, take America to war whilst stealing billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. They never thought Hillary would lose, so they set up a shadow government and presidency involving people, companies and governments from around the world to work together to stop Donald Trump winning the election. I share many examples which are all easily accessible to find with simple searches on YouTube. We are all being taken through a journey to allow people to start understanding what has been going on, who has been involved and how it really impacts us all. If Hillary Clinton made it as president back in 2016, we literally would be living in hell on earth. As I continue to re-emphasize, we are in full control of this war. Everything we are being shown now has taken place whilst the remaining crime and corruption in this world is being drained out to the surface so we all can see. Without awareness, it will be very easy to fall into that unconscious fear state and get suckered into this darkness. We are watching a movie, and it is important to know that we are all in control of our emotions and we have the choice to go and look at all of these events taking place to gain more clarity and understanding. The QFS ensured transparent, asset-backed transactions, preventing any corruption. The new worldwide financial system would be in full effect for the general public coming Thursday, 1 Jan. 2026. Gold-backed currencies across 209 nations have begun their transition, with redemption centers preparing for Tier 4B, US, the internet group who hold foreign currencies and ZIM bonds to exchange, notifications expected imminently, potentially as early as this weekend, or by Monday, December 29, 2025. Prosperity funds would then flow to innumerable humanitarian projects worldwide. Payouts under NISR/JASAR protocols were set to commence, bringing comprehensive debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all forms of personal and national indebtedness, releasing humanity from the cabal's financial bondage. The emergency broadcast system stood ready for imminent activation, signaling the beginning of the 10 days of darkness, a period of global communication blackout designed to protect the public while final sweeps are conducted and vital disclosures are prepared. During this time, the world will awaken to the full extent of the cabal's deception, including their satanic rituals and exploitation of the most vulnerable. Faithful warriors are urged to remain vigilant in prayer, seeking divine protection for the rescued children and strength for those executing the plan. Nothing can stop what is coming, as the forces of good align under God's guidance to restore freedom and justice. As the veil lifts, patriots are reminded to prepare spiritually and practically for the revelations ahead. Stock provisions, gather with loved ones, and hold fast to faith during the transition. The Great Awakening draws near, bringing an end to centuries of oppression and the dawn of a restored republic under divine providence. This sacred shift restores sovereignty to the people, ushering in an era of peace, health, and unprecedented prosperity under the restored republic. Pray for the swift and safe implementation of these blessings, as the White Hat Alliance oversees the final phases. Hold faith, for the hour of redemption has arrived. What we think we know as of Sunday 21st of December. 2025, Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Obama under arrest order, tribunal, Operation Red File, Leaked docs expose Obama as foreign enemy, Trump signs military arrest order, JAG tribunals ignite in D.C. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Bill Gates admits to dumping 200 million tons of sterilizing chemtrails on U.S. cities. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Australia, France, and Germany have now all cancelled their New Year's celebrations. It has all been cancelled because the French government can no longer keep its citizens safe from radical Islamic terrorism. We are watching one of the most beautiful countries and cultures commit suicide. See Global Currency Reset, Judy note, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, 1. Banks were trying to lure people into exchange their dinar and dong with them by giving various incentives. Do not fall for it. You will receive higher rates for your money's exchange at an official redemption center than you would at any bank. 2. You exchange your own currency. Do not give your currency to anyone else to exchange. No group leader. No one. You will get the higher rates by exchanging it yourself. 3. On the dinar, you can get the much higher contract rate on the dinar by just asking for it at an exchange center. 4. If you hold ZIM, you can only redeem it at an official redemption center. Banks cannot redeem the ZIM. 5. Take all of your currency and ZIM to exchange at the same time at a redemption center. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, major update, December 20th, 2025, Trump announces $2,000 tariff dividend checks for Americans, leftover trillions to slash national debt. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, exposed, the biggest lie ever, your birth certificate bond is worth billions, but you own nothing. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, breaking Tier 4B signals emerge as exchange activity quietly builds, Ariel on Telegram. Reports are rapidly circulating that Tier 4B currency exchanges may be quietly moving into an active phase across the United States. Holders of the Iraqi dinar are describing unusual activity inside banks and exchange locations, including private appointment scheduling, brief flashes of live rates on internal terminals, and the sudden introduction of NDA protocols. While no official confirmation has been issued, the consistency of these reports is drawing serious attention. What separates this moment from past rumor cycles is pattern alignment. Independent sources, unknown to each other and operating in different regions, are reporting the same developments at the same time. Banks are allegedly preparing private exchanges, redemption centers are said to be on operational alert, and internal systems appear to be recalibrating. This convergence suggests preparation, not coincidence. Multiple accounts claim participants are being asked to sign strict non-disclosure agreements before proceeding. That level of confidentiality would be expected in a sensitive, high-impact financial event designed to remain invisible to the public until stability is ensured. Insiders emphasize that any rollout would be tightly controlled and deliberately quiet. Additional reports point to redemption centers receiving readiness briefings and internal confirmations. Temporary rate placeholders and short-lived rate flashes inside banking systems are being interpreted as test integrations or dry runs. These signs indicate infrastructure testing rather than a public launch, consistent with a phased deployment model. Financial observers believe any exchange process would unfold in controlled waves, starting with small groups to avoid disrupting markets. Behind the scenes, test transactions and authentication procedures are reportedly underway, including advanced scanning tools to verify currency legitimacy and prevent fraud. Caution remains essential. Without official statements or verifiable public data, these developments remain unconfirmed. Skepticism is healthy in this space. Still, for long-time holders watching closely, the alignment of signals, timing, and preparation suggests something is moving. Quietly, deliberately, and closer than before. Saturday 20th of December. 2025 GESARA is active. The transition to a sovereign asset-backed world has begun. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value such as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats. Restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systemic abuse will be dissolved under Jazara reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves. Communities rebuild. Individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform. It is a civilizational upgrade. Friday, December 19, 2025, National Security Bombshell. National Security Bombshell. Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. Saturday, 20th of December, 2025, Military Intel, Operation Hawkeye Storm. U.S. launches massive retaliatory strikes on ISIS after 2 American heroes killed, 70 targets destroyed in Syria. Saturday, 20th of December, 2025, White Hat's Intel bombshell exposed, EBS activation imminent, Obama's gay agenda and pedo blackmail empire crumbling, deep state game theory ops failing as CIA collapses, NATO falls, and military white hats trigger the storm, Trump war room on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is unleashing full fury right now, December 18, 2025. The White Hats have dropped nuclear intel exposing the satanic deep state's desperate endgame. Obama's hidden gay agenda is detonating. Shattering the fake Obama's legacy and ripping open their ties to elite pedophilia blackmail rings that controlled DC for decades. This bombshell links straight to the Biden laptop horrors, proving Congress is finally exposing world banks like J.P. Morgan. In May of 2012, a few months after the Brantford dig was shut down by the Anglicans, the federal government, and their Aboriginal accomplices, the International Common Law Court of Justice, ICLJ, convened in Brussels to bring charges of crimes against humanity against the Vatican, the British Crown, and Canada and its churches. In the docket of evidence of the court was our voluminous archival and forensic evidence gathered over 2 decades, including the mushhole atrocities and our excavation of one of the mass graves at the Mohawk School. According to Baltazar Garzón, a Spanish judge who advised the ICLJ, there is no better indication of the interlocking responsibility for genocide between church and state than what has been uncovered in the Brantford Mohawk investigations. August 3, 2012. In fact, an important part of the evidence in the ICLJ prosecutor's case came out of the work we had done in Canada since 1996. That campaign indicated a massive intergenerational criminal conspiracy by the Vatican. Accordingly, 30 defendants were publicly indicted for crimes against humanity by the court when it convened on July 15, 2012, including Joseph Ratzinger/Pope Benedict, the so-called Queen of England, Elizabeth Windsor, and 28 other top officials of church and state. This evidence shows that the Ninth Circle operated in Canadian Indian schools, including at the Brantford Mush Hole. The ICLJ's 7-month trial was a legal precedent as significant as the Nuremberg trials, and not only because of the barbaric crimes it revealed. For, as at Nuremberg, the ICLJ created a new kind of jurisprudence that superseded national boundaries. And going a step further, it placed entire regimes on trial, namely, the British Crown and the Vatican. As well, the ICLJ was a citizen-based tribunal of conscience that put the law and justice in the hands of the people rather than the governments. In short, the ICLJ was another shot heard around the world that sparked an international movement to establish local common law courts that can put rulers and their regimes on trial. The outcome of the ICLJ trial was equally momentous. 2 weeks before its verdict, On February 11, 2013, the chief defendant in the case, Joseph Ratzinger/Pope Benedict, suddenly resigned his office and went into a seclusion from which he never emerged. Subsequently, 3 other senior cardinals who had been named as co-defendants also resigned. The court's verdict of February 25, 2013 found all the defendants guilty as charged of crimes against humanity and sentenced them to life imprisonment without parole and the loss of their assets and authority. There again, the impact of that sentence was profound, because Elizabeth Windsor, as the head of state of every Commonwealth nation including Canada and Britain, and Joseph Ratzinger, the head of the Church of Rome, were now convicted criminals facing international arrest warrants. This church and state had become rogue regimes under international law and could be lawfully deposed by their citizens and adherents, and other states. Suddenly, humanity was handed a loaded gun aimed directly at genocidal regimes. The question now was, would people pick up that gun and use it? The answer was an immediate yes, at least in Canada. On January 15, 2015, over 200 people in Winnipeg acted on the Iclch's deposing of Queen Elizabeth by declaring independence from the British Crown and establishing the Sovereign Republic of Canada. Every major war was financed the same way. Bankers funded both sides, controlled the outcome, then collected nations as assets. This is not theory. It is their business model. The Act of 1871 was a treasonous violation of the original Constitution. It dissolved the constitutional republic and replaced it with the corporate entity operating as the United States of America Corporation. The gold fringe on the flag signaled jurisdictional change. The country was no longer sovereign. It was commercial. Common law, rooted in natural and divine law, was replaced with maritime corporate law. Legal language was weaponized. Statutes, policies, mandates, and regulations replaced true law. Consent was presumed. Obedience was enforced. Maritime law is administered through the Bar Association, a foreign corporate registry, not constitutional authority. This is why courts function as debt collection venues, not just as forums. The British Crown and the Vatican sit at the top of this hierarchy, using corporate America as the enforcement arm for global control. This structure only works as long as people believe it is legitimate. That belief is breaking. This is the Great Awakening. The return to what was always ours. The end of corporate enslavement. And the restoration of human sovereignty.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR Update, compiled by Judy Byington. Worldwide blackout, EBS imminent. Why? On December 1st, the greatest wealth transfer in history began. That took control of the global monetary system away from the cabal. The media should not be trusted. They are paid for by the cabal. Avoid going to urban areas. Steer clear of major roads. Keep necessities on hand. Keep your family safe. Judy note, a worldwide blackout and emergency broadcast system activation appeared imminent. Why? On Monday, December 1st, the greatest wealth transfer in history began that took control of the global monetary system away from the Satan-worshipping cabal. Trump's global military alliance has been very, very busy. Vatican agents, bioengineers, and globalist financiers were now housed at Gitmo on the people via disbursement through food hubs and chemtrails. Today, Los Angeles was a war zone with cartel enforcers brought in weeks ago through underground tunnels to guide planned protests. The uprising was financed by WEF, Soros, and Schwab in cooperation with Governor Newsom and company. Trump has sent into LA more than 4,000 troops, sniper teams, and Black Hawks, as well as having sent into more than 30 major cities across the U.S. National Guard troops to quell expected riots there. Meanwhile, the global currency reset advances within the quantum financial system, with payouts and exchanges poised to commence imminently as gold-backed currencies activate across nations. The greatest wealth transfer in history is underway, redistributing trillions reclaimed from cabal vaults directly to the people through secure quantum accounts. Nassar Jassara implementations accelerate, bringing full debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all financial burdens imposed by the old system. As the fiat era collapses, restitution allowances flow forth, restoring what was stolen and ushering in an age of true prosperity and freedom. Worldwide blackout, 10 days of darkness. Thursday, December 18th, global blackout confirmed, Mr. Poole on Telegram. The second wave is now moving. You are living inside the event. Pay close attention to the pattern. Sun flare, grid flicker, broadcast distortion, global sync, then silence, then truth. The final switch has not been pulled yet, but the finger is already on it. Stay inside the channel. The next drop will explain what the world is about to see. Thursday, December 18th, boom, the last phase of Operation White Swan has started. Nasara Jasara, QFS on Telegram. The final stage of Operation White Swan was initiated by Trump's military alliance on December 16, 2025. The goal is clear: destroy deep state networks, recover institutions that have been taken over, and use the fully functional quantum financial system to activate Jasara. A covert worldwide wealth transfer has been going on since December 1st. Assets linked to deep state elites, including central banks, offshore accounts, and phony charities, totaling trillions, have been seized. Already, more than $89 trillion has been transferred to vaults under sovereign control. The IMF and Federal Reserve are being dismantled. The IRS is no longer in operation. The Jasara law is rewriting global tax structures. Timing: Thursday, December 18, 2025, 5:05 Cali. Okay, peeps, is he right? GCR in numerology is Sunday, December 21st, 2025. Friday, December 19th, the Trump administration has until Friday to release the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. A deadline, a truth moment, eyes turning toward the ground. But also on Friday, December 19th, something else is happening. Comet 3I Atlas makes its closest approach to Earth, 269 million kilometers away, according to the Sky Live. Astronomy headlines: Cosmic awe, look up, funny timing. Is it coincidence that when uncomfortable truths are due to surface on Earth, our attention is gently redirected to the sky? A comet, a spectacle, a distraction wrapped in wonder. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. And remember what Commander Thor said about 3I Atlas. This was from 10/14/25. And the picture on the left, bright light, is a photo of the massive mothership, 3I Atlas. And it says the English translation of 3I Atlas is Ahin. The Ahin occupied Earth 300 to 500 million years ago and are 60. The Ahin come from the Andromeda Galaxy, are humanoid beings, and their skin is light blue or sometimes transparent depending on the circumstances. They created the glass tubes inside Earth in order to travel due to Earth's volatility at the time. They are here to witness the coming solar flash and assist humanity afterward. Their ship is 50 to 60 miles long, and with them are 20 to 30 craft following in their wake. They have arrived and are parked and cloaked behind the moon. There are many light-beam ships and craft parked by Mars and Jupiter, awaiting the solar flash. We are under attack. Well done by the FBI. The FBI warned the Biden administration that there was not probable cause to raid Mar-a-Lago. They raided President Trump anyway. Merrick Garland and everyone involved needs to go to prison. Enjoy the grand jury in Florida. The amount of communication woven into Trump's speech on Wednesday, December 17, 2025, was impossible to ignore. Start with the timing alone. The speech began at 9:02 p.m. and concluded at 9:19, a 17-minute address on the 17th. For those paying attention, that was not accidental. He deliberately referenced 1776, a clear nod to the founding principles of this nation, the republic, not the corporation, and a reminder of where we came from and where we're ultimately heading. Trump announced that 1,450,000 U.S. military members will receive a special warrior dividend of $1,776 before Christmas. The tone was serious, direct, and intentional. No fluff, no theatrics, just a leader laying groundwork. Kevin Annett gives a harrowing account about reasons for the disappearance. Thursday, December 18th, Global Currency Reset, Mr. Poole on Telegram. The shift began the moment the clock hit 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on 1st December. Secure channels flashed a signal only the prepared were waiting for. Tier 4B was contacted first. The seed carriers, the humanitarian holders, the first wave of the new world. As soon as the notifications landed, the QFS opened its gates. Trillions in frozen, suppressed, stolen wealth began moving through a system that cannot be hacked, bribed, or controlled by the old matrix. Every ledger line is pure truth. No more shadow bankers, no more cabal hands. December 1st brings the Jubilee. They feared you would discover mortgages erased, student loans erased, credit burdens erased. A clean slate for a nation that was never meant to live in debt. The promise was always meant for the people. At 1755 UTC, the public gates began to widen. By 17 hours, 57 minutes, 2 seconds, the Reno Mirror confirmed that the first 800 number release, the timestamp was not random, it was a marker, coordinated in the plan. Wolverine confirmed it to the Inner Circle hours later. The RV is certified. Monday launch is locked. The signal was real. The clock was already moving. And while the world slept, the military grid shifted. Russia, Brazil, Europe, France, Germany. Alliance units positioned directly in Texas, Florida, New York, and Washington, D.C. Not for show, but for extraction. Bankers, politicians, media owners, the highest tiers of the old empire are now facing what they built. This is more than a reset. This is the reversal of everything they stole. This is the moment. Thursday, I believe it's December 18, 2025, the British Empire is panicked. NATO chiefs and MI6 are screaming for war, not because they fear Russia, but because of a quiet PDF released in Washington that signals the end of London's financial control over America. And there's a link to the midweek update, the boring document that terrifies the British Empire, December 17, 2025. And Thursday, December 18, 2025, Kavanaugh takes aim at Supreme Court decisions. Brett Kavanaugh takes aim at Supreme Court's decisions. FEC-NRSC. JD. Thursday, December 18th, the money laundering continues. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Maine whistleblower worked at a Somalia immigrant-run NGO. Within just 1 year, they had billed for $904,000 in fake services. The nonprofit started paying bonuses to themselves. The NGO founder is sending money to Somalia. The NGO founder has strong ties to Maine's Democrat establishment, such as receiving no-bid contracts from Maine Governor Janet Mills. The whistleblower reported the fraud to Maine. He was fired and no action taken against the NGO by Maine. Maine Democrats allow the NGO to keep operating. No shutdown, closure, or suspension of operations for the NGO has been issued. Thursday, December 18th, the Clinton Foundation and its dark money laundering operations. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The Clinton Foundation and Clinton Global Initiative connect to wealthy, corrupt elites like Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who funded its inception, the Obamas, foreign nations, Soros, the Podestas, and other shady elite individuals. Operating for decades, they're hubs for political pay-to-play schemes, intelligence access, and massive money laundering operations, taking in billions from global sources, funneling taxpayer funds overseas and exploiting disasters like Haiti for personal gain. Deeper layers include alleged child trafficking from alleged exposure of illegal operations. We have it all. Q. Trump prepared to declare a national emergency, U.S. military assets to reverse the Biden invasion. Trump, BRICS countries released gold-backed digital currencies across globe, unleashing historic wealth transfer from reclaimed cabal assets to we the people. Trump plans to erase federal income tax and restore pre-1913 American prosperity via tariffs. Judy note, the worldwide global currency reset has entered its irreversible activation stage within the impenetrable quantum financial system, with notifications for exchanges and payouts anticipated imminently. Gold-backed digital currencies are live across nations, unleashing the historic wealth transfer from reclaimed cabal assets to we the people. Redemption centers are fully staffed, preparing for Tier 4B appointments, where humanitarian endeavors will receive abundant funding to heal and uplift humanity under God's abundant provision. Nasar Jasar decrees are manifesting now, enacting complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all forms of financial bondage. The era of debt slavery ends as the IRS fades into history, replaced by fair systems aligned with common law and divine justice. Prosperity packages and reclaimed funds flow forth, marking the jubilee promised in ancient scriptures and the dawn of true economic freedom for all. The storm rages on as the White Hat military alliance executes final phases against the entrenched deep state cabal. Reports from trusted sources reveal ongoing mass arrests across the globe, with thousands of high-profile traffickers and corrupt officials being detained in secure operations. Special forces continue to liberate innocent children from hidden underground tunnels and facilities, ending decades of horrific exploitation. These rescues mark a profound victory for light over darkness, restoring hope to the most vulnerable among us. Project Odin stands activated, poised to initiate a worldwide blackout through Starlink integration, severing cabal-controlled media and communications. The emergency broadcast system on high alert was ready to broadcast truths about corruption, tribunals, and the restored republic in the coming hours or days. This necessary period, including the 10 days of darkness, will shield humanity during the dismantling of remaining satanic strongholds and ensure a safe transition to freedom. Trust the plan, for God's hand guides this righteous intervention. As martial law supports these sacred operations and the old systems collapse, remain in fervent prayer, prepared with supplies, and steadfast in faith. The greatest awakening in history approaches, bringing justice and liberation to all. What we think we know as of Thursday, December 18th, 2025. Wednesday, December 17th. Boom, 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. President Trump announces plan to erase federal income tax and restore pre-1913 American prosperity through tariffs. May 4th, 2025, bombshell. Update 2025, D-class indictments, arrests, and executions, unraveling the deep state agenda. Wednesday, December 17th, NASA hoax blown wide open, Challenger disaster astronauts found alive in 2025. Wednesday, December 17th, Michelle and Barack Obama were now believed involved in the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife, Ezra Cohen. There is evidence of Barack Obama committing treason by spying on President Trump. Obama implemented Project Folsom through UK intelligence to spy on the Trump Organization and President Trump. And Wednesday, December 17th, President Trump says Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. I'm ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. Wednesday, December 17th, a conspiracy theory is just something that was true 6 months before the mass media finally confirmed it. VP Vance. Wednesday, December 17th, 3 new separate indictments dropped tonight. John Bolton, 18 new felonies, Smartmatic, election fraud and $1 million bribery scheme in the Philippines to win election contract. 11 members in Antifa terror cell targeting ICE facility in North Texas. Wednesday, December 17th, global currency reset confirmed. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. The old system is ending and a new one is already operating. What the public is seeing is delay. What is actually happening is replacement. The global financial system built on fiat debt is failing, and behind closed doors, a new structure is already taking over. Gold has been elevated to Tier 1 status. Basel III compliance is active. Currency revaluation mechanisms are in motion. The quantum financial system is no longer theoretical. It is online. For years, people were told the dollar was strong. Gold was outdated, RV was fantasy, and QFS was science fiction. That narrative is collapsing. This transition is not loud. It was never meant to be. It is precise, controlled, and irreversible. Gold has returned as real money. Basel III reclassified physical gold as a Tier 1 asset, placing it on equal footing with cash reserves. This single change rewrites the rules of global banking. Gold is no longer a hedge, it is the foundation. Unlike fiat currency, gold cannot be printed, inflated, or erased by policy. That is why central banks are racing to rebuild reserves, not out of preference, but out of necessity. The next system requires real value, not promises. The RV is not a myth. Global currency revaluation is already unfolding quietly. Asset-backed nations are recalibrating currencies based on tangible reserves like energy, minerals, and production capacity. This exposes the imbalance between real wealth artificially inflated fiat systems. Currencies long dismissed are being repositioned while over-leveraged systems face contraction. This is not about sudden wealth, it is about restoring proportional value to the global economy. Basel III is the enforcer. Basel III is not optional. It forces banks to hold real assets and disclose exposure. Derivative manipulation and shadow banking structures are being dismantled through compliance requirements. Institutions that cannot meet the standard are being phased out. This is how the old system collapses without panic, through regulation that removes its ability to hide. QFS is the replacement system. The quantum financial system is not an upgrade. It is a parallel structure designed to replace legacy banking. Built on encrypted ledgers and instant settlement, QFS eliminates fraud at the transaction level. Every transaction is asset linked, every movement is traceable, every attempt at manipulation fails. This system is already running alongside the old one. When the transition completes, the change will appear sudden. In reality, it will have been long prepared. One reset, one direction. Gold restores value, RV corrects imbalance, Basel III enforces truth. QFS delivers transparency. This is not fragmentation, it is coordination. The debt-based economy cannot survive this shift. That is why silence dominates the media. The transition does not require belief, it requires completion. The reset is not coming, it is already in progress. When the public finally realizes what changed, the structure will already be in place. Gold, RV, Basel III, QFS. The future is asset-backed, verified, and irreversible. Wednesday, December 17th, Dan Bongino on Telegram. The U.S. government says foreign aid will now go straight to national governments, not routed through NGOs anymore. The logic is blunt. If the goal is to help a country fund the country, not middlemen turning aid into their next business model. Wednesday, December 17th, breaking. A jaw-dropping report from the House. just confirmed the left-wing D.C. police chief falsified crime statistics, cooking the books to make the city seem much safer than it was. Chief Smith punished and retaliated if they tried to report rising crime data, berating them. Chief Pam Smith pressured commanders to lower crime stats by any means necessary. Chief Smith pushed for lesser pursued charges, even for serious crimes, required certain crimes to be reviewed by her office. Thursday, December 18th, 2025, White Hats to respond to fake FEMA preying on Washington flood victims. Real Raw News. Fake FEMA men began showing up on the doors of Washington flood victims. They pressured them into signing papers. Hidden within the pages in fine print was an irreversible reverse mortgage contract stipulating that the homeowner, in exchange for an immediate one-off $1,250 Venmo payment, signed his property deed over to FEMA Resolution Specialists Incorporated, with the agency's acronym intentionally misspelled. White Hats, our source added, reached out to the Department of Homeland Security to find out whether FEMA had been dispatched to King County, Washington. DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin reportedly told General Smith's liaison that they did not have FEMA there. We're obviously dealing with scammers out there pretending to be government agents, our source said. It's bad enough we had to kick real FEMA's ass, but now these fake FEMA are making problems. Marines are going there to see just what the F is going on, our source said.
Are y'all freaking seeing this right here?
Why did Senate Democrats block a bill to ban funding to the Taliban and shady NGOs laundering taxpayer dollars to destroy America? Over 1,000 shady NGOs are established with emotional hitting names like, then taxpayers are funneled through them, which ends up funding terrorists, psychological and slander media campaigns, riots, election fraud, and right back into the pockets of the Democrats who established or approved the funding in the first place. Elon has claimed that around $1 trillion of taxpayer dollars are funneled into these corrupt NGOs every year. $1 trillion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wake up. Understand that many of the people you believe are being honest to you are not. And they are using you to fight and hide their corruption while they rip you off and destroy our country. We need to come together, get these thieves and traitors out of office and save this country before we don't have one anymore. How much more do you need to see and suffer before you realize maybe people like myself and countless others are trying to help you in this country before it's too late?
Morning. It's the 18th of December, 2025, as we're coming to the end of this week. Very close to Christmas now, and lots of things are happening. We're seeing the complete collapse of the British imperial system. The British imperial system started its powerful move back in the 1970s, 50 years ago. And we're seeing a complete collapse right now in plain sight. And it's being exposed by Russia. And they're showing how the whole of the British imperial system, the EU and NATO, no longer have any value in today's world. But on the way out, of course, they don't want to go out without a fight. A bit like what happened last year and the year before with the USA, with the hegemony, and still happening to a degree with Venezuela. But they're being exposed for what it is as the playing field is being leveled. And I can assure you, it's being leveled. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, everybody. Well, straight into my first story. Australia is launching a sweeping crackdown on hate speech following the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese announced tougher penalties for hate speech that promotes violence, new offences targeting extremist preachers, and expanded powers to cancel or deny visas to people who spread hate or radicalisation. The reforms also include blacklisting extremist groups and making hate an aggravating factor in sentencing. Officials say the measures are aimed at protecting communities and preventing future attacks, but Critics are saying, is this the next level of clamping down on freedom of speech?
Well, it is, Paul, and this is very, very important, but the light is exposing the darkness. And all of the hatred is coming from one side. At the moment, we're getting a clear definition of what's on the side of good, which is the side of God, and that's on the other side, which is dark. The light is exposing this hatred that's coming out. I'm not seeing hatred coming out of the Christian side, the godly side. It's not coming from there. There's love and embrace coming from the side of God. The other side is pure hatred. It's driven by hate. And it'll be a shock that some of the people that we thought, some of the groups of people that we thought were on the side of good are not. They're on the side of evil. One thing I would say as well, as we go through the different phases of the awakening, there are 5 distinct different phases. And I can go through those. The first one is your personal discovery, that you've woken up to something is wrong. The second one is a system awakening. The institutions, the mainstream media, you start to see how corrupt it all is. The third is energetic. Your frequency. You can see things are changing, you can feel it. Your fourth is your consciousness. You realize that life is like a mirror. It's a reflection. You get out what you put in. The fifth one is the embodiment of everything. You're no longer observing it. You're no longer a non-playing character. You're also at peace. This is a very, very important part of your awakening, the different phases. And when you're awakened, you'll find that you can't watch movies that you watched before because of all the virtue signaling, because of all the hidden messages. You see them all. You feel completely detached from it. But it's a good feeling, I can tell you, because you find peace.
Rumors, allegations that the reason this is taking so long is because we could go into a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0's type of event because there may be a Russian nuclear sub in that area, or who knows, Chinese, that is, and that could be the ace up Maduro's sleeve. Is there any truth in that?
I don't think so. The Russians always have subs off our coastlines. And when I was stationed in Hawaii on a submarine, as we were out chopping from Pearl Harbor, I caught a Yankee class coming out of underneath the Golden Gate. They didn't believe me, and I submitted a recording and other information, and it came back that was correct. So the underwater tracking facilities found that was true, and it was doing something they can't do too. So that's an older class. But now with the berets that are so quiet, it's very hard for the another sub to find a beret. So there's usually a berets off the east coast of the U.S., west coast of the U.S., and I wouldn't be remotely surprised with what's going on with the huge military buildup, with the largest aircraft carrier, the Ford out there, and all of that's out there, that the Russians are monitoring it and would have a sub, most likely a beret, because they're the most stealthy of their fleets.
What about the rumors of, Candace Owens has come out and said that she expected a 9/11 type style attack to happen in America around the second week of December. Obviously, that's passed, but we're still in December. I've also heard, that once we start striking Venezuela, that we should expect some kind of backlash here, narco-terrorism attacks, Hamas, Hezbollah, the whole thing. To kick off here once we start striking Venezuela, that not all of the threats have been neutralized. Could we see an attack on our shoreline? Could we see an attack on, let's say, the Golden Gate Bridge? Could we see How likely is it that we see something like that transpire once we start going in on Venezuela?
Yeah, the alliance is going to be able to stop something of that magnitude. What already happened, of course, with what happened in Australia with Bondi Beach, plus what happened in Brown's, I think it was Brown's University,
Yeah.
and what happened in Syria. That is their try thing that they always do, three of them. That's the thing. And the one in the university is bizarre because two of the girls that were there that survived the attack, one was in an attack in California and one was in an attack, I think it was in Florida, and they were in the same classroom. That is, what is the probabilities that they're in another classroom when a shooter comes in again? And they were in shooters situations in California and Florida on the other, across the side of the U.S. One coast on the Atlantic, one coast on the Pacific, and now they're up there. I mean, it's extremely unlikely. I mean, how in the world? So, the Bondi Beach, the police were told to stand down. They were sending in, and they were told to stand down. So that's obviously deep state.
Sounds a lot like October 7th.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. And then we're going to reply on that in Syria. So that's part of what's their reply. So they did an attack on the U.S. One on U.S. soil and one on a U.S. ally, Australia, and then of course the one at the university. So and
So you don't.
that one was strange too because I mean they can track the FBI with all the cameras of the. I mean, you have street light cameras, you have every corner crossing, buildings, parking lots, you name it. There's cameras everywhere in a big city now, and all they have is this guy going around the corner. No way. They have him leaving. They have every single thing, every angle, tracked him all the way through the city. They can track a person beyond belief unless that person goes into tunnels or sewers or something like that. And even then, with the technologies they have, they would be able to see where he comes out very likely with the heat signature and all of that.
So are you telling me that you don't expect a big 9/11 type of style attack, more so synchronized multi-attacks like mass shootings in multiple cities and to take down the infrastructure?
No. If I did expect something, I think it would be another attempt on Trump.
Ooh.
That's the thing I think that I know that's in the works. The deep state has it in the works to try it again. I mean, it's going to be like 59th or something. I had a list going from the first time, his first time in to this time, and it's a lot. It's a lot of attempts. So he got attempted on in Scotland. People forget all these attempts, and there's so many. But I would, and of course, the alliance is ahead of all of them, like they always are. So, they took out the shooters and put in their own people and make it look, like it's, the way they want it to look. So, or stop it entirely. So, this is kind of how things going on. People don't realize the technology level. And the same thing with the boats they're taking out. Well, how do they know they're not fishing boats coming out of Venezuela? They know precisely what's in that boat. And if you look carefully, I'm curious what those big containers they were throwing on the high-speed chase with the boat behind them. There were big plastic containers. Is that achrome or seachrome?
Fentanyl, right?
Well, they had some fentanyl, but there was other things that were liquidy that they were throwing had on board. And so, they know they see it, the stuff come to where they load the boat. They can track it. They can track everything. And as far as the ground operation in Venezuela, surprise, surprise, already happened. F-18s have hit targets. SEAL team has hit targets. Already done. And they're already doing it. And Maduro that's his body double there. The one they showed in the crowd asking two questions from CNN, that is not Maduro. That's a body double.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We are in a fight for our lives. because the Aryan Mafia is now in a very desperate last-minute struggle to make sure that we never, ever escape the digital prison they're trying to build for us. Right now, Israel is trying to get American politicians to make it mandatory for to have 5-year jail sentences for people who criticize Israel. At the same time, they are installing face recognition software everywhere with cameras, and they will be able to identify you real time and arrest you for things you say or do. And it's not about crime. In one example, in the UK, a woman was arrested by 11 people who came in and while she was having a bath because of some text message she sent. This is just a private text message. This is not even public. And the reason why they're trying to crack down so much is because they are fighting for their lives. They know that this giant scam that they call a government is unraveling in real time. And this is what has been making us poor. I want to show you an example of how fake the government is. As I've written in my reports with lots of evidence over the years, NASA stands for not a space agency. Now, in this clip, you can watch NASA astronaut Karen Nyborg explain how they fake or show how they fake spaceflight. Take a look.
That's so cool. You are so much better of an astronaut, Paige, than those other fakes.
Thank you. And if you're hungry in space, gotta have your floating Fritos to munch on. So I don't want to give GMOs any publicity, but it's all we had hanging around. Yum, yum, yum.
So it's all true.
It's amazing, the zero gravity. It just everything just floats around. Suck my hair because I got a ponytail. And Toots brought some coral up from Vieques, from Puerto Rico.
Oh, very good. Yeah, let me see you push it up and down and around. Pull it back towards you. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah. Wow. Push it that way. Unbelievable.
Not bad, huh?
Where'd you get the 60 million a day to pull that off?
Cryptocurrency I've been saving.
Oh, man. She bought it. It was fine.
Oh.
Oh, he doesn't back. Oh,
Come back.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Not bad, huh?
That reminds me of the brushing your teeth one where everything goes in slow-mo except for the environment. Did you see that Exactly. One? Yes, I did. That was so awesome. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. Another complete bonehead mistake. Again.
Okay, it's kind of funny, except that literally it's a slush fund that milks us out of billions of dollars, which then goes to bribe people and to enrich these criminals. And that's just a small example. We have, for example, Jared Kushner somehow coming up with $100 billion to buy Warner Brothers. Jared Kushner belongs in jail, not in charge of $100 billion of money created out of thin air. And it's only going to get worse. They're setting up death squads in the United States disguised as ICE agents, and they're rounding up dissidents as we speak. And they're trying to fire all patriots from the U.S. military and the enforcement agencies. And I have a special message for FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. You need to get some men with guns and go and arrest Pam Bondi, okay? You're not just going to get anything done by complaining or threatening to resign. Yes. That is obviously not Donald Trump. This is a Zionist fake who has been put in his place, and arresting him is your duty if you're in the military police. And we need to end this nightmare because they're turning up the screws, and they're really gonna try very hard to kill dissident journalists and dissident citizens and everybody else they can. And we need a mass uprising. And it is happening. And I ask people to take personal action. If you see one of these uh, Satanist, Zionist puppets in public, confront them. Look what they did to Christy Noem of the Israeli Department of Homeland Security. Okay, that's what should happen every time these people appear in public. Better still is if you can arrest them, you know, make a citizen's arrest, but that would require men with guns. Again, we need the agencies and the military to understand that the people at the top are criminals and they're trying to create a digital prison. An example of this was the Chabad death cult. Remember, they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. It's in their writings. They just gave a reward to the Peter Thiel's company Palantir for facial recognition software because this allows them, gives them the potential to turn the entire Western world into a huge slave camp. And that's what they're trying to do. The Swiss government rejected Palantir because they realized that this was going to turn the Swiss people into the puppets of Israel. And Israel itself needs to be dealt with. That's the heart of the beast. And, you know, we're asking the Turkish to send in their military and clean that place up. Now, I'll give you a list of some names of people who, if we arrest them publicly, this nightmare should end. We've got Larry Fink, he should go. Jared Kushner, Ursula von der Leyen, Brigitte Macron, who my French intelligence sources tell me is actually Jean-Michel de Rothschild, Friedrich Merz of Germany, Keir Starmer in the UK, and, you know, the usual stuff. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has to be arrested. If we can get rid of these people, we can end this nightmare. And the other thing people do need to understand is no matter how grim the situation looks, this is confined to the West, and the West is headed for bankruptcy. There's no way they can avoid it. China just announced $1 trillion trade surplus. And that's based on real things. That's, you know, computers and televisions being put into boxes and shipped around the world. This is not hallucinatory numbers created on stock markets that don't actually have a basis in reality. And the West has some payments coming due, which they're not going to be able to make. So, for example, my French intelligence sources tell me that the EU and France have a whole bunch of bonds coming due by March, and they don't have the money to pay for it, which is why they're now talking about seizing Russian money that they have illegally frozen. But that's, even if they seize that money, it's going to be a temporary stopgap because they just don't have the real economy to back up all their numbers and their bank computers. The same with the United States. These tariffs are bringing in less than a tenth of what the United States government needs. And I have asked the Chinese to please not finance this criminal circus anymore. We need to end this, and the West needs to start with a jubilee, cancel all the debt slavery, end it all, and then put really competent people in charge of economic planning and have them do it on behalf of the people and the elected representatives of the people. But in order to be able to have the elected representatives really represent the people, of course, we're going to need to take away control of the corporate media from these criminals so that people can get accurate information. At the same time, we have to ban corporate donations and, you know, money being used to control politicians. In other words, temporarily, we're going to need a military government to arrest all these blackmailed and bribed criminals, and then to restore freedom of the press before we can have real elections, and then we can have people who actually represent Americans, which is not what we have in politics now. And then we can start building the kind of future that people want. So the current young generation can afford a house, which they can't now. And again, I think it's probably going to be that 18 to 34-year-old generation that's going to have to take action, because the baby boomers bribed, and they're not going to be able to take action. So it's going to be up to the young people. But I do hope that things are going to happen. But we all need to push. This is a dangerous time now. They are desperate, cornered animals, and they're trying everything they can to make sure that we never ever escape from the digital prison they're building. For example, the fake Trump is just saying states cannot regulate AI because they want to use these huge data centers and face recognition so they can put us under complete mental control before they themselves end up facing war crimes trials. And let's not sugarcoat it. And this was to depopulate that country. This is a genocide. And of course, what's happening in Gaza. And then you have this reality TV guy, Pete Hegseth, pretending he's in charge of the military. He's not. He's not competent to be, and he needs to be arrested along with all the other people. So it's time to take action, folks. But even if you don't, I guarantee you this whole thing will implode. The rest of the world has already been liberated, and I don't see how they're going to be able to kick the can down the road much past maybe mid 2026 at the most. That's what the experts say, looking at the finances, and hopefully it'll all end sooner. But we need to take action. Okay, well that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You said that the Macrons were in China. Why do you believe that they were not picked up then and there? What are your thoughts?
Well, the Chinese actually obey international law, and they are formally the head of state of France and his wife, supposedly. So the Chinese respect international law, but at the same time, they made it clear they're not going to, provide these people with the money they came begging for, and that'll end it for that regime in France because they are bankrupt. They've lost their ability to steal resources from Africa, and without that, they're going to have to declare bankruptcy and then restructure everything. But what I'm hearing from my French sources is that there's going to be some kind of real regime change. It's not going to be peaceful, and it's going to be violent, and it's going to involve the military. So that's what's going to probably happen in France and probably the rest of the G7. Next question.
Evan, we haven't heard a whole lot about Palestine recently and the Israel invasion. Can you shed a little light about what is going on there right now?
Again, this is a last-minute attempt by these criminals to have a state completely dominated only by their ethnic group, so that they can have a place where they can continue their transnational crime, their pedophilia, and everything else. And we need Egypt and we need Turkey to go in with their armies and clean that place up and replace it with the multi-religious, multi-ethnic state of Judea. And I know there's support across the region for that, and it's time to do it. But the reason I don't follow the situation with Judea or Palestine closely is because it's an endless recurring loop of the same story over and over and over again. The same with the Ukraine. They say, "Oh, we're going to have peace." No, we're not. We're going to have peace. No, we're not. They're turning in circles, and it's time to step in and end that turn. Next question.
Hi, Ben. When the Trump administration bombs the boat from Venezuela, do you believe that they were actually drug smugglers on that boat, or was this some sort of show of force?
They may or may not have been drug smugglers, but it was still a show of force. And even if they were drug smugglers, under international military law, that was a war crime, especially when you have it's in the U.S. Legal manual. When you have two people floating, helpless, shipwrecked, unable to, that is actually punishable by death under military law. And that should then wake up all the other generals to the fact that they are sworn to obey the law and the Constitution, which a lot of them seem to have forgotten. Next question.
Speaking of Hegseth, what are your thoughts in regards to the White House changing his position from Secretary of Defense to Secretary of War. What's really the point of this?
The point is that they are bankrupt and they're threatening war, they're threatening mayhem and some kind of attempt to steal money. Although, to be honest, calling it Ministry of War is actually more honest. That's what they called it during World War II. And, right now, the way it's been since World War II, it's been an aggressor around the world. They have been waging war everywhere on behalf of people who don't have America's best interests at heart. So, at least they're being honest about calling it Department of War, but we really should have a Department of Defense whose only job should be to defend the American people, not go around stealing oil for the Zionist oligarchs as they do now. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why are the white hats waiting to arrest these fake actors? What is the purpose for the wait? Do they not have the authority, or is it in regards to their ability?
I think that they're so used to obeying orders that they've been they're like being deer frozen in the headlights. They don't know what to do, and especially over since the Obama regime, only really dumb people have been promoted to the top. So it's going to have to be sold by the colonels, the people who actually do the real fighting, and not the armchair generals. I think that's what has to happen. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. I think we're starting to see the upper limits of inflation and public unrest before we hit a breaking point in the United States and many other parts of the world. Do you expect a national or even global market crash or events of proportionate catastrophe to occur within the near future?
Well, it's easy to say there's a bubble. It's hard to say when it's going to pop, But clearly, the stock market is way out of touch with any, sort of reality. So when you have Tesla, who's losing market share and whose products are now considered inferior, being worth more than all the other car companies in the world combined. That's just not true. It's fake. Same with all these AI companies, everything else. But the good thing is that the stock market isn't reality, okay? These are just numbers on computers. Even if it crashes and goes to zero, there will still be the same amount of houses, factories, farms, people, knowledge. And personally, I think they should just unplug all the financial system computers and we need to reboot. And start with the elimination of all debt to end debt slavery and then get people back to work, working on behalf of the United States and the world and the people and not on behalf of satanic pedophiles, which is the case now. So I think there should be a controlled implosion of the stock market, and then it needs to be restored to its traditional function of actually assigning value based on traditional metrics. It's no longer the case. Now it's just people with money printing machines using the stock market to launder money to their friends. And that's why the United States real economy is losing to China big time. And if we don't improve our systems of economic governance, we are all going to be working for the Chinese. It's already happening. And it's going to get worse unless we start fixing the real economy and getting out of this virtual fake financialized economy. It's just it's broken. Okay, as an example, you have to have a 50-year mortgage to buy a house, and you spend the first 25 years just paying interest, and you end up paying $1.4 million for a $400,000 house. That house should only cost $10,000, and some kid in his 20s should be able to afford it. That's the sort of system we need. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Welcome. It's Rick B2T here. We're going to be empowering Christian patriot truth the next hour or so with 107. In the second hour, we're going to be getting into praise and prayer. We're going to worship him together, hear praise reports, and pray for your specific prayers on the Word and Worship channel on Faith and Freedom TV, as well as the Word and Worship channel, right? So that's where you'll find us. But 107 Live is going to be joining us here soon after we go through a little bit of news. We're going to be talking about Tina, Trump, and Venezuela with him and just some news reports of what's going on with this crazy world out there. But guys, I tell you what, it's a Christmas season, and Christmas has come early in many ways. We're going to be talking about those in the praise part of the show in the second hour. But let's get into some breaking news right now. I did want to start, though, with letting you know about thejennifermackstore.com. That's where I'll be pointing you a little bit to help Juan out, and just to continue to support him and everything that he's doing. Also, another great patriot in this movement is Anna Kate. And she's pulled together just this healthy technologies site that has some of the best water purification, the best not only water filtration, but also air filtration and other technologies, grounding mattresses, so many things when it comes, even healthy cookware. And if you really want to make your clean home without harmful chemicals and really get into what's the best air and water that you could have in your home, not to mention other things such as grounding mats. Make sure you go to healthytech.com and let them know that let Anna know when you call, or you can call them to understand what's going on with all these great technologies and get things customized to your home. They have a full water filtration system for your whole house, which is really interesting. 754-336-3394. That's 754-336-3394, or just go to healthytext.com. There's a link down below in this video as well. All right, let's continue here, guys, because this is quite an exciting time to see the progress. You probably saw Trump being live last night, and it was a great troll. I just love how he does this. So here's what I'm going to think what he did. So there was rumors that he leaked out with the Congress to saying that there was going to be major announcement about Venezuela. And so people are going, he's going to declare war on Venezuela. And that went out even through Tucker Carlson, just blasted that out everywhere. And so all the big networks were focused on him because they're going to basically see he's not the peace president. See how terrible he is. He's declaring war on Venezuela. So everybody's focused on him, waiting to just lambaste him from the mainstream media. And all he does is talk about his accomplishments for 18 minutes, right? Some people said he was trying to speed it up to try. You remember at the end he was trying to speed it up, and he didn't quite hit the 17 minutes like he probably wanted to. But point being is that he is the master troll of the mainstream media, and he had them all thinking that this is going to be a huge major announcement, and all it was is what many people call the campaign ad, right? But it did a really good job talking about what Biden had done and what's happened, without even talking about the selection machines, without even talking about Venezuela at all. So he just completely stayed away from that topic. Number one, it probably showed where some of the leaks maybe came from, because he probably only told that to certain numbers of people. And number two is also just getting all the mainstream media to be glued onto it. And that's what he did. It's beautiful. I love it. All right, let's continue with some other breaking news here. Here's the markets react strongly as inflation drops to 2.7% in November. This was not expected. People were thinking it was going to actually increase a little bit, right? So this is just showing that Trump's policies just work, despite everything the deep state does to try to make him look bad. It's just not working for him, right? So thanks, at Kim, Wisconsin. And so you see here, markets react strongly as inflation drops to 2.9%. And if you just look at this, cooled to 2.7%, falling short of economists' expectations and offering what could be welcome news for Americans struggling with high costs. The consumer price index rose 2.7% over the last 12 months. Just think about that, compared to where Biden had us. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, down from 3% in September. So to drop that 3%, that's 0.4% better than they expected. Economists surveyed by Dow Jones had expected 3.1%. So they're expecting this inflation to creep up. And instead, it drops by 0.3 to 0.4 below what it was supposed to be. That's huge from a perspective that it's just shown that everything he's doing is working. And despite the slow drops in the Fed, and it just shows that Trump was right. We could have dropped this earlier. And that would have actually spurred the housing market, right, from a mortgage perspective, et cetera. So core inflation, which excludes food and energy, dropped to 2.6% annually. the lowest rate since March of 2021. Isn't that a key date? What happened in January of 2021? It's right, the stolen election, the J6 false flag, right? That all happened. And now Trump has reversed completely the massive inflation that they purposely dropped on us. I mean, remember, they cannot have a one world government with a strong United States of independent people that want to have nationalism, and they have to destroy us. So that it's clear that's what they're doing, right? That is exactly what they're doing. So, but there's a catch. The numbers come with a big asterisk. So, and this is the shutdown problem, right? The 43-day government shutdown that ended in mid-November left the Bureau of Statistics unable to collect most pieces of data for October. And so they're basically saying this could retroactively change. And so this is CNN's going to spin that and try to put that to negative. But again, the whole point being is that with a new Federal Reserve person coming in, lowering the interest rates, 2026 could boom. And then the whole thing that Kim Clements talks about the beautiful United States he saw in 2027, we're on track to see that. Right? The Democrats and Satan himself obviously wants Trump to be impeached and to lose November elections. As long as we stand firm as Christians and with our authority in Christ, guys, we're going to be on the path of Kim Clement, not the path of the satanic creatures, the Luciferian globalists that want us to be destroyed as a country. That's not going to happen. Oh, I see Juan in, so we're going to move right to Juan right now. As soon as I get the thumbs up that he's unmuted. He is unmuted, and so I'm going to put him on the second screen. Juan, how are you doing today?
2020, it's not over yet.
I love that.
Oh, the dramas. Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you, man, it's just epic. It's unbelievable where we're at right now. But I have one thing. There's all this stuff going on in the president, Venezuela, Ukraine, Congo, everything. I have one thing. Tina Peters. That's the only thing I care about this exact second. That's all I want to talk about. Mm-hmm. She's in peril. Mm-hmm. She's a heroine. She's a hero. She's done something that in the rarefied air of all the patriots, all the beautiful things that patriots have done across the country over the last decade, couple of decades, trying to wrestle back control of our country to the people. What she did, you have 2,500 counties in the country. And out of all those counties, you have one county clerk that went in defiance of everybody, had legal authority, understood it, and made a copy of what was in the machines before anybody could erase the evidence of the fraud of the 2020 election.
Beautiful.
Yep. And she stands unique and alone and has stood her ground. A lot of people don't know this. She was offered the opportunity to have all the prosecution stop.
Yep.
All of the pain stop if she would just renounce what she'd done, destroy all those records, apologize, kiss the ass of the Secretary of State and Dominion and everybody else, the governor and all these other slimy people. It all could end. Mm-hmm. She just had to agree that she was wrong. And you know what? She sits in a state prison in solitary, 4 pit bull guards surrounding her at all times. Not because they're worried about other prisoners bothering her at this point, because they're worried that U.S. Marshals are going to come pick her up.
Yeah.
And they're choking back all the federal people coming to prison. They won't let more than 2 in the door at a time. You know why that is? Because she's got 4 pit bull guards. Nobody's overhandling, manhandling, whatever, to get Tina out of there. So they have gone into a totally defensive position. They think Trump's going to come do something. They want a big scene. So Tina is a pawn in a much larger game, national in nature, so much bigger than people have understood or want to understand even. and we're here to, fight to get her back free. It's a very, very big deal.
Yes, and what was so interesting, the forensic recording that she got. Some people are saying, "Oh, it's all about the voter rolls. It has nothing to do with the machines." But hers is the only forensic copy, right? That was the before and after showing the illegal activity of Dominion.
Well, let me just say this: that the people that we have here in the U.S. who actually actively worked in the flipping of the elections, 2020, in setting up those programs and those systems. In looking at the forensic copy that she obtained before and after the Dominion trusted build, have looked at it and said, first off, the trusted build deleted 29,000 files related to the 2020 election in defiance of both state law, 28 months you have to retain those records, and federal law, 22 months. They did that before that period of time had elapsed in the spring of 2020, half a year after the election, 2020, spring of 2021. And so they violated state and federal election law, yet Tina's the one in jail, not those people that destroyed the records of the election.
Yeah.
Now I can tell you that there's a bad hair day coming, and it's not too far off out in the distant future for some of the people that did that. And when they cry and moan and it's not fair and everything else, it's going to fall on deaf ears. Okay. It was just fine when you did what you did to Tina, and now you want us to show up for you? Yeah, right. Dramas are ahead. But in the meantime, it's absolutely crucial. Tina doesn't have months and months to go through the court process, come up with a determination, get her free, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't have that kind of time. She's got health issues that are cascading, and it's been brutal. She's been buoyed up a bit because she knows we're out here, we're fighting hard. President Trump issued a pardon. But imagine how sapping of your strength it would be to know that the highest authority in the land, in the world, has said, you're pardoned, you're free, go home. And yet the people that have physical custody there in the prison, the guards, the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the governor, are saying, nope, we don't care if the president says this. We're bigger, tougher, meaner with their treatment of her, which was, unlawful in the treatment, let alone the prosecution in the first place. They ran her to trial illegally. And that will eventually come out. Even the judge in this kangaroo court, 41 motions put in that he denied, where they were trying, amongst other things, to show that there was not even a legal basis for this trial even occurring because she was operating under federal authority. If it had to be done anywhere, it should be done in a federal setting, federal court. But the state of Colorado and the feds had said, we're not going to prosecute. There's no crime here. The state went in there and prosecuted. It's a kangaroo court. And then they won't even let her out on appeal on bail. You can run a meth lab and they'll let you out on bail on appeal on a conviction. But she's such a danger to society. And the judge violated her 8th and her First Amendment of speech. Well, she was talking too much about this whole thing. And so the judge says, you're talking about this election stuff too much. I'm going to throw the book at you. Well, that's excessive punishment outside of, just, whatever the alleged crime was. He throws the book at her and says that he's going to give her the maximum because she's talking. He says it right there in the thing. It's a violation of the constitutional rights, 1st and 8th. And doesn't matter. It's all going to get overturned on appeal. The problem is the governor's corrupt. They'll take forever. They're shaving minutes and hours and days off of Tina's life. So what can the president do? As I already identified, I just had one of the top law enforcement and legal experts on planet Earth, not somebody that just interprets the rules that police and departments operate under, write the rules for how departments will operate. Big difference. It's all the difference in the world. We just talked about Tina's situation just now for over an hour. And he concurs. One of the greatest crimes occurring right this second is the crime by the governor, the attorney general, the director of prisons, and the warden, putting corrections officers and personnel in a catch-22. Do they obey President Trump's pardon, or do they enforce the governor's decision to continue to incarcerate Tina Peters, who was put on trial in Colorado? Literally, it's the whole trial is going to be thrown out as a violation of federal supremacy in this matter. But these guards are being put in place. They don't have legal training. They don't have attorneys at their best. Think about this. The governor themselves, the governor's not a lawyer. Who does he go to when he gets, advice over what he's able to do legally to keep Tina incarcerated? He goes to his attorneys. Okay, these are the same attorneys advising the governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general, everybody in there, the head of the Bureau of Prisons, even the warden. These are the same attorneys generically advising Colorado, same cut as advised everybody involved that they could take Trump off the ballot in Colorado in the 2024 election. Okay. And so, we can take Trump off the ballot. Do it. And you had a dozen states waiting. We're going to do it too. As soon as you win Colorado, we're taking him off the ballot in all these other states. You're on the path. Great job. Okay, do it. They went all the way up into the 10th District Court on an election emergency, whether or not they could take Trump off the ballot because of this conviction in New York, and which was on appeal. And that they were going to be able to do it. Everybody said, yeah, you can take him off the ballot. He doesn't stand a chance. We're going to win. Gets to the Supreme Court on an election emergency. And you know what happened? 9-0. Not even one liberal federal justice at the Supreme Court could agree with Colorado, all their attorneys, the governor, the secretary of state, anybody, the AG, about taking Trump off the ballot. Are you kidding me? You don't have the authority to take him off the ballot, you idiots. A 9-0 decision at the Supreme Court, that is telling all the people in Colorado, you're a bunch of effing idiots. That's the equivalent of it. A 9-0? When was the last time you heard of a 9-0 determination at the Supreme Court? It's always 6-3, 7-2. You can always get one liberal justice to decide, no, we got to go this way and get a dissenting opinion. This was 9-0. Not one injustice could find in the way that Colorado wanted to do it. And these are the same attorneys that are now advising, no, you can keep Tina Peters in prison. You can defy a presidential pardon. He doesn't have the authority to do stuff in Colorado. Okay. And what are they basing it on? What are the attorneys basing this opinion that they're giving to the governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general, the Bureau of Prisons director, the warden? What are they basing it on? No case has ever gone to trial on this exact thing. And in fact, the reason no case has gone to trial is because no state has ever tried to overturn a presidential pardon, even in a state case, and they do exist. So what are you basing it on, Governor of Colorado? An attorney's opinion? Is that attorney worth his salt? Are these the same guys that told you you could take Trump off the ballot and told your AG and your Secretary of State you could take Trump off the ballot in 2024? What kind of a track record do they have? Is that going to be able to stand? Will that stand the test of time? In the meantime, Tina has damages. They are unlawfully holding her.
Mm-hmm.
If you do get to court eventually, and it's months or years down the road and get a decision, All the time that Tina remains in your custody in defiance of that presidential order, that pardon, you're on the hook. You unlawfully detained her without any basis. There is no basis in law for them to defy the presidential pardon. And by the way, as far as how prisons are run, do you know that over the years, many times, not just occasionally, a rarity or whatever, many times, federal authorities have had to step into state prisons and take them over. Literally take over a state-run prison because the conditions were so out of compliance, violating the civil rights of the inmates who have civil rights also, even if they're incarcerated. You can't treat them certain ways. You can't put them in certain conditions. Okay? Governors allowed that to happen. Directors of prisons allowed that to happen. Attorneys told them it was okay, and they went ahead and did it. And then the federal government had to step in, take control of the whole prison, entire prison systems. Go look it up. Is President Trump going to have to show up with the 101st Airborne, backing up federal marshals and going in there and taking over the prison where Tina's at so they can take custody of her? And when they're only metering a couple of Justice Department people in there, a couple of U.S. Marshals in the prison at a time, so that nobody can take physical custody of Tina. They want to have a fight. She's got 4 pit bulls around her right now, anytime she's out of her cell, guarding her, not from the inmates, from being taken into custody by anybody that Trump would send there. Think about that. Think about that. It's insane. And the guards, the prison personnel, are being put in this catch-22. Do I obey the president of the United States? How many Trump supporters are in there going, gosh, this doesn't feel right, but I got to keep my job. I got to feed the family. I got to do that. That's what people said in Germany. My family's starving. I got to keep the job. I got to go along with what the courts tell me. Do you realize that the Nuremberg trials, you hear about people like Hess and Goebbels, all these high-profile names, the generals running Germany. But after the big names trials were finished, for years afterwards at Nuremberg, they got down through the ranks. Eventually, it was judges. The first Nuremberg movie wasn't about the big guys and Goebbels taking cyanide and killing himself and defying the hangman. The first Nuremberg movie was about the judges who passed judgment in Nazi Germany because laws had been passed by the legislature and ordered by the Fuhrer.
Wow.
And they enforced it.
I didn't know that.
Okay. Yes, go back and watch the first Nuremberg movie.
Wow.
It's an amazing movie. Stanley Kramer did the movie, a fantastic director. Some of the biggest names in Hollywood at the time are all in that movie. I think it was done in 60 or 61. And really set the country on its ear. And it was about judges and their participation in adjudicating and administering the law against citizens unjustly. Just because somebody passed a law, well, we were just enforcing the law. That's all my job was to enforce the law. The legislature says that we have to sterilize people if they have, gone against Hitler. If they don't talk nice about it, we got to sterilize them. And the doctors, I hate to do this. Sir, I'm sorry that we got to do this, but here, go lay down on this thing. The nurses, we really feel bad about it. This is really bad. And then they proceed to sterilize people, men, women, in medical facilities, ordered by the court. You don't show up, we come find you. You show up, it goes easier for you. You don't show up, we'll go after your whole family. We won't just sterilize you, we'll sterilize all your kids. We'll throw them in concentration camps after we sterilize them. That's what was going on in Germany. And everybody, I have to have a meal. I've got to take care of my family. I got to keep working. And they went ahead and did it anyway because, it's what everybody was doing. And the Nuremberg trials finally got down through the ranks. People had forgotten about it, but the trials went on because you were part of the machine. Those people that are continuing to hold Tina in state custody in that prison, in these lousy prison conditions, are going to eventually get sued by Tina because they enforced what the governor decreed without authority, without challenging it. They were participants in enforcing that, just like the job. Well, we're just following the law from the legislature. We're just following the law from the Fuhrer. It was absolutely, that was the law. I have to enforce the law. I'm a judge. Go watch the first Nuremberg movie, the one that was done in the 60s. And then look at Tina's situation. If you're a guard, are you on the right side of history or the wrong side? If you're a guard, if you're working in the Colorado prison system, we're going to get the logs of every person that had anything to do with Tina's case, including administrative. And you're going to have collective, partial, some type of involvement, guilt, even damages. And by the way, the threshold to prove civil damages is much lower than criminal. And your personal, your Harley, your car, your college fund, whatever you got, it's all in. You're civilly on the hook for damages. It's going to be huge damages for Tina. Unbelievable.
Judgment
so what you
at
should
Nuremberg. I have it on the screen right now. It's called Judgment at Nuremberg.
That's right.
Yeah.
And remember, that's not the main people. That's when it started to get down to the enforcers. Okay, the judges, the doctors, the guards, the police that were enforcing unlawful laws, illegal laws. This is a question, is it lawful for a prison guard to enforce a state law over a federal law? Who told you that? Within the union of government employees, that I think it's 706 is the union hall there, where they have employees, prison guards that work at the Supermax prison, Alcatraz of the Rockies, where El Chapo, I keep wanting to say El Gaucho, I don't know why, El Chapo and the Unabomber and lots of other monster people are incarcerated. They're operating under federal authority. If the president says something, they're going to disobey it because the governor of Colorado says something. Just because it was a state charger in state prison, do you have the opportunity to license the proper legal advice to defy a presidential pardon as a state prison guard there at La Vista Prison? Everybody involved in the prosecutions during the Germany, during the war, they were obeying the law. They were enforcing the law. And they were tried at Nuremberg and suffered the consequences because they were just doing what they were told to do. If you're told to lower the thermostat way down low in the cell blocks where Tina was being held, because, the reason they do it, when prisoners are cold, they're less active. They don't do as much mean stuff. That's literally verbally what's been told, just to keep them less active. But it's a violation of the prisoner's rights. Like we don't have the history. Excuse me. People are coming for you. The president ordered a federal investigation of the prison conditions in Colorado. And as those reports come back, we may be completely justified, forced to send in others to take over control of the prisons in Colorado. Some, many, all, whatever. And the governor's not going to stop that. There's a history of doing that with the violations, with stuff that I know, with people that are already got active things getting ready to be filed legally within the Colorado prison system, within the federal courts. Traumas ahead. But in the meantime, with Tina's life on the line, her health on the line, her ability to recover, getting to her soon enough, we don't have the luxury of long months or years. It's not happening. Expect action sooner than later. And for all of the prison personnel at least as a first step to be on the right side of history, I would be sending letters out. I'd get legal counsel myself if it was me. I'm just, my own position is, if I was somewhere in the system, I would retain counsel immediately. $500 or something. Might be $1,000. It's going to be cheap in the end. And ask them to help you to secure a get out of jail free card. What's that look like? They need to immediately send a letter on your behalf to the warden at the prison that you might be working with, not just La Vista, even other ones that Tina's been at, and other prisons within the Colorado system where things are being done improperly, and you know that they are. Are they going to, for example, in Tina Peters' case, indemnify you from any legal action that she might take that would incur personal civil damages or criminal for your actions operating inside the prison in her continued incarceration in defiance of the presidential pardon? Because they're saying that they have the authority and the president doesn't to hold Tina, and they're using you as a pawn in their political game. So do you have any protection personally while they play their game out that you don't end up having legal action taken against you or tying you down, including your ability to work because you violated some federal thing, as though you knew what you were doing, in defiance of the presidential pardon? Again, when Trump's people come in and take over a whole prison, if that was to happen, is there going to be a job for you? Are you going to be able to get a job at a different location while everything's in question? Every single person working there, did you do stuff on the right side of the law or the wrong side when the Nuremberg trials start? Or some variation thereof. And beyond that, a letter to the warden clarifying your employment situation. You see, if you're having to choose between what the governor says and what the president says, is that a violation of your employment? Is that an unfair labor practice to put you in the position of having to choose between the president and the governor and whose orders you're going to honor? Who has superseding authority? You're in a conundrum and you have to pick which side. That's an unfair labor practice. You're being put in peril from both sides. You're in a vice. And you have to pick one side or the other. And any way you go, let's say that you decide you want to go with President Trump and talk with other guards, and we shouldn't be doing this. We should, allow that the U.S. Marshals come in and take custody. We should allow that the attorneys come to the door and take custody of Tina. We should escort her to the door. If you were to do that, you would face redress. You would face employment crisis for obeying a presidential order, pardon, and you get retaliation against you within the state. If, on the other hand, you continue to retain and participate in and hold Tina, now you may come under both civil action from Tina to sue you, where they didn't have legal authority to hold you and you participated from the state level and it gets overturned. You may be personally on your Harley, your classic car, your house on the line. I don't have anything to lose. Okay. Well, maybe in the future you do. And by the way, you do, because you could be incarcerated. Tina was a pawn in the game. And she was really in a more powerful position even than any of the guards there. She was a clerk of a county elected by the citizens in the area. And they took that pawn in this political game and threw her into prison unlawfully. That's all going to get overturned. You think you're in any better position than Tina as a guard in the prison when justice comes knocking? That was the whole conundrum for these people as the Nuremberg trials got down past the really high profile figures to the judge in the neighborhood, a policeman going to pull somebody in, knowing what they were going to do, and they were participants at street level. Because we're going after everybody that is involved in this crimes against Tina when this is all over, with her being held. Think about what I'm telling you. The other letters that you should get a letter of indemnification from the warden, from the Bureau of Prisons Director Mosley, from the Attorney General's office, that, if there's criminal stuff, you were just doing your job and you were authorized to do that, and they're not going to let you get prosecuted, that they're not going to prosecute for anything and allow the feds to come in and prosecute you. He can't actually do that, but then that's my point. He's got you in peril. The governor, are they going to make a decision that and put it out publicly? See, they just assert that the state has the right to keep Tina. On what court case are you settling that opinion on? Where in the legal framework are you settling on? Excuse me, there is no court case. And the presumption is Lincoln incarcerated a whole bunch of insurrectionists.
Yeah.
Your activity in defying a presidential pardon is insurrectionist. It's seditious, undermining the authority of the federal government, of the president of the United States. That is seditious in nature. Do you understand what the risk is? So you need a letter from the governor indemnifying you, and that they will cover any of your expenses, and that they will fight for you, that they've cited this law and that law, and I have the authority to protect you. Okay. And we'll do everything to protect you. We'll hire your attorneys and pay for your time when you go to court to testify, and depositions and everything else. Same thing from the Attorney General, the director of the prisons. And then here's the other thing. You're a union member. I think that the union, I actually have a lot of appreciation for the work that's done in the unions. And I've interacted with some of the best that, kind of relatively notorious figures, but I understand this. Used to have dinner with one of them, very, very famous, periodically, at least once a quarter, and understood the neighborhood pretty well. It's a tough area. People have no concept within that union world and the attorneys that work in it. The union for the corrections officers should be the first one up to bat to tell everybody involved it is not appropriate, and we're not going to stand by while our union members are placed in peril both by the governor and the president, and they have to pick a side. But for their employment, everything else, they pick the side of the governor because that's where the paycheck comes from. Oh, really? And they pick the side of the warden because that's who assigns the hours, etc., and the assignments. I'll tell you one other thing. This was a unfair labor practice. The guards at La Vista had to go in and act like cleaners within the broader community jobs that you could have, because you're in charge of protecting society while we have some of these monsters. Most of the people are they're there, they do their time, they know they're there for a reason, and they get it over with. But that's not the majority. And some of them run it like a pack of dogs. The Supermax there, let alone the Colorado facilities, very underappreciated how critical they are within society, for an American society. So the union needs to step up and mediate between these two camps and not let the guards be in the middle of this. Really what should have happened is that the governor should have ordered to accept the deal to have Tina go into federal custody. That was the agreement. That was being worked on for the last 7 months. With no cost to Colorado, federal government will pay all the bills, take Tina into federal custody while Colorado could continue to pursue their legal action in the state. When the federal government's done with her, they could take back custody of Tina, which might be a decade from now. By then, we've adjudicated everything through the courts, state and federal, and determined if, in fact, the prosecution of Tina was actually lawful and legal, which is going to be overturned. They want their pound of flesh right now. They're paying off their, political buddies using Tina for their political Game of Thrones theater. So what I believe, every guard in there should be asking their union to go to their defense, because it's an unfair labor practice for them to be put in the conundrum of obeying the governor versus the president in this situation. You see what I'm saying? Can you see how this is a hard thing for those people that work in the prison? They're already doing difficult work, and then they got to pick, am I going to get sued by this inmate? She has the right to do that.
Yes.
The second that pardon was signed, and they're continuing to do it, you've picked a side. That's not fair to you, but it's the way of the world. You have to now make a decision. Do I follow Hitler? Or do I push the law? Do I push the new law that these criminals put in place? Or the pre-oath law, Heil Hitler? Okay, and it seems extreme to even put it in those kind of terms, but then again, you have a person in custody whose health and life is on the line. Gold Star mother. She doesn't have decades to sort this out. Your actions in shaving days off her life with the harshness, the difficulties that she's been placed in, contributed. What's your liability for contributing to that? I would put the warden online. I don't want to participate in this. I don't want to be on any of the logs. I'm stepping aside. You know what you're doing? You're getting on the right side of history. You're creating a record that you had questions about the legal conundrum you were put in, and you'll pause until you get a legal finding, action, indemnification. I'm on the right side of history. I'm on the right side of the law. The people that purport to say I should do something have the legal right to do that. There's a case called the Federal Crop Insurance, Merrill versus Federal Crop Insurance case. And in that case, the decision was that anyone, put the prison guard in that situation. If you're a prison guard, anyone doing anything with any officer, agent, contractor, employee of the government, doesn't matter whether it's state or federal, by the way, it's on you. It's your responsibility to determine whether or not that person has the authority to order, direct, control what they say they have the authority to do. So it's tough, but it is the decision. It's up to you before you enter into any contract, agreement, operation, employment, anything with any government employee to determine first, do they have the authority to do what they purport to say that they have the authority to do? Does the governor of Colorado have the legal authority to defy a presidential pardon? And if you're not an attorney and you're not certain, you should seek legal counsel. Ask that legal counsel to get a letter in writing, not just a verbal agreement, a letter in writing citing the basis for that authority, something that can be verified, to do that. I have a judge in a case right now where he doesn't know it yet, but we have him on tape, on record in the courtroom several times, overturning motions. And I'm not going to give you details on it because this hasn't been sprung yet on this judge. This judge was pulling cases out of his ass, cases that never existed. And he says, well, such and so case, so-and-so, in this court, it was determined that this was the legal finding of the case. So I'm going to decide against this motion and set it aside. Or I'm going to decide for this motion and go with it. We started looking because there was one case he cited. I'm like, I don't remember that case. I think we'd know about that case because that is in violation of this other case. So we start looking around. We can't find the case. I pay people big money, big money. Go make sure I'm not missing something. He actually said what court that happened in. And there is no such case. Then we start looking at all the other stuff, including a couple of other cases. We start looking. This judge is quoting cases that don't exist. And then saying my ruling is based on such and so. Nobody had ever challenged it that way and gone to the depths. So when the governor says that he has the authority to defy a presidential pardon, where's the case? He doesn't have it. It's never been adjudicated. Peter Tickton, Tina's attorney, the lead counsel, President Trump's friend, has looked at the issue and says, no court has ever determined this, and no federal presidential pardon has ever been overturned. So what's the governor of Colorado pulling out of his ass? I mean, there's questions about a whole bunch of stuff that's been say that he has the authority to do this. Does he have the authority to do it? That's what crop insurance, Merrill versus Crop Insurance Corporation, says. It's up to you, the person entering into an agreement, the guy that's agreeing with the governor to keep Tina incarcerated, working with the Bureau of Prisons, working with the warden to keep Tina incarcerated. It's up to you as a guard. It's on you. It seems crazy, but it is, to first determine that any government agent, officer, employee that you may be engaged with, agreeing with, doing something on behalf of, entering into a contract with, your employment agreement, by the way, has the authority to order the things they order, to do the things they do, promise the things they promise. And if it's not true, it's up to you to challenge it, to verify it, or not take action on what they've told you to do when they don't have the authority to do it, and you're in collusion. It's actually called racketeering. If there is a conspiracy amongst the guards, the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the governor, the attorney general to keep Tina incarcerated, that's covered as a racketeer influenced corrupt organization in defiance, in this case, of a presidential pardon. Do you think if they're able to put Tina, a 70-year-old grandmother, Gold Star mom, elected by the citizens in Mesa County, in jail, in prison, where she's at right now, if they can do that to her, do you have the pull that she has? Are you going to be a pawn in this bigger game, this political game? Don't do it, man. Get a legal opinion. Hire your brother-in-law, your friend from college, whoever the attorney is, that you just need the basics. Send a letter to each one of those ones. I need an answer within 24 hours. What's your authority? And am I indemnified? If they come after me, are you going to protect me? Get it in writing. Remember the scene at the end of Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford, and he's confronting the White House official, and the White House official pulls a paper out and flashes it in Ford's face. And he says, I have a letter. See that there? That's signed by the president. I have a letter. Do you have a letter? You're going to go before Congress. You're going to defend your actions before Congress. I have a letter. And they're not coming after me because I was doing it under orders and it was official and I was well protected. Do you have a letter from the governor saying you're fully authorized? I'm going to protect you come hell or high water. The state of Colorado is going to pay every last expense for you, even if they come after your car, your Harley, your personal whatever. I'm going to protect you. And the state of Colorado is going to protect you. Do you have a letter? If you don't, you better get an attorney and get those letters going right now. And you want responses immediately, within 24 hours, from the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the Attorney General, and the governor. And oh, by the way, you should be talking to the union and union attorneys. Am I on solid ground? Am I being put in a conundrum, a catch-22 situation? Will you help me in fighting this unfair labor practice against the guards? The guards should get together. I don't care what side. I don't care if you think that Tina should be incarcerated. You're still in danger. I don't care if you hate that Tina's being incarcerated. Gosh, I hate to do this operation. I'm not in agreement with this, but I got to pay my bills. I got to get a check. That was the reason they ended up in trials at Nuremberg, and they were average citizens just doing their job. Figure it out.
Hey, Juan, I know you have another hard stop here pretty soon. I just want to make sure people knew that they could go to the JenniferMackStore.com, the JenniferMack.com, the JenniferMack.com. And there's a beautiful video called Free Tina Peters, Hallelujah. I've been showing it on the screen, but with the sound.
Yes, Jen put that together, yes.
It's fantastic. So make sure you go to thejennifermack.com. Share that video. It'll take you to a Rumble video. The link will, and it's just a beautiful video with sound.
You know what? Let me just mention something. You know what? That video was extremely suppressed out across the internet. Extremely suppressed. And it should have got hundreds of thousands, millions of views. It only showed as having got like a few thousand views. I could put something out anywhere, I'd get 300,000 views in a heartbeat. And I had somebody within the system that says, yeah, that was detuned. They tried to suppress that every way they possibly could because people were sharing. It's download and share. Just share it peer to peer.
Right.
It wasn't getting shared allegedly. No, it got shared a lot, but everywhere they could, they stamped it down. Took down posts and telegrams and X's and everything else because they hated that video, the machine. They stopped everything. And it's a fantastic video. So please, it deserves another push. And if your people push it hard and get it out and force it out there, that's an amazing video that Jen did. So please do. It's a fun one. It's actually, it's one of those ones you want to listen to more than once.
Yeah, no question. And I think I'm going to pull it down and put it on Faith and Freedom TV. So you guys can find it there at Faith and Freedom TV as well. But go to thejennifermack.com and it'll give you the link right away. Again, thejennifermac.com. And that's also where you can get the gold and silver, get all kinds of things like the Matador jackets and all kinds of cool. Magador. Yes.
In fact, let me just say this, and I've said it before, but I don't want to be over redoing it. But listen, even in the last many hours, without getting into all the weeds on this, two of the biggest silver consumers on planet Earth have had to go to mines and literally buy all the silver that the mine can produce for the next several years. And the number that they agreed to pay is significantly higher than what you see silver at right now. That's a very artificial price. It's diluted by paper trades in the mid 60s now, mid 60s,
65, 56 right now.
60s, yeah. And the reason is because the amount of silver available, a lot of the silver contracts, the physical silver wasn't delivered at the beginning of the month. And it's going to fail again at the end of this month, 1st of January. And so these companies, for industrial purposes, they have to have silver for computer chips. They have to have silver for, the materials for these server farms and solar farms like that. China stopped all silver from being exported out of the country because it's a critical material for all of the electronics that they build and like that. And there's not enough, even with all of their mining and like that they can bring in from the rest of the world. So silver is poised to go significantly higher. And even the trades that were just done, the one that I was made aware of a few hours ago, where I questioned, well, is that true? Is what these people saying actually true? I got to one of the principals within that negotiation on the legal side. He said, yeah. And he couldn't give me the exact number, but it's a 3-digit number in the low 3 digits for that that ramps up at certain checkpoints 6 months from now, a year from now, year and a half. And so they pre-bought silver from the mining company that they will then have to find somebody to process, final process, refine, etc. But the amount that they're paying is way over the current valuation. Why is that? Because their businesses stop if they don't have enough silver. They cannot wait until somebody finally decides to deliver silver. They have to have predictable supply coming in. So they're hiring private security to come in and auditors to come in and monitor the mine production and movement of the silver ore and the early processing. And then they will continue that as they move it to locations for final processing and then transfer to their manufacturing facilities. They're going to, with private security, protect every stage of it. And they've agreed to pay with the mining companies a number higher than what you're seeing currently right now. Why? Because the true price of silver, especially for industrial purposes, is much higher, and they need huge volumes. Silver is under threat to go radically higher, especially as it's understood that much of the silver that's in existence being traded right now isn't real. It's paper promises, it's paper fiat that won't result in real physical silver showing up at the industrial use locations. So silver's under threat to go significantly higher next year. And as the Treasury comes in and uses silver and gold certificates for real silver and gold on deposit in the Treasury facilities, not just paper promises like the Federal Reserve, et cetera. Something's coming. So getting silver coins, of course, I think what Jen and I have is fantastic, and it's going to have collector value out in the future. And we don't print that many, by the way. We don't mint that many. It's a very limited supply. We're coming to the end now. I have one more delivery of silver coins for 2025, and then we're on to 2026. And by the way, the one for 2026, we'll do a pre-sale on it shortly. It's going to be epic. But with prices still pretty volatile, I'll probably have to move up prices. It's already past right now the price where I should have moved up my prices, but I held because I think it's still got one more bounce in it before it goes up further past 70. And so this is a good price right now, but you don't have to buy it from me. Buy it, silver coin, if you get like a US minted coin or Canadian minted coin, is actually very good with the maple leaves. It's actually a higher quality than the US coins, by the way, higher silver content. But it's not pure silver. And so the prices will look like they're at spot price, but remember, you're getting a coin that's like, even in the pre-64 stuff, that's like, 70% silver, and the rest of it's things to make the coin strong enough to survive. So you're not getting a pure silver coin. That's why even what we have, which is 999 pure. And then, by the way, the other thing is that the coins that we have, just so you understand, they're proof quality. Proof quality coins, there's a bunch more steps that go into making a proof quality coin with its purity, and also it's a polished coin before it's actually stamped. There's a lot more steps to it, and then the dies have to be changed periodically because in order to keep a nice deep solid stamping. There's a lot goes into it. We're actually extremely competitive. We're almost exactly, I think, just a hair under what the U.S. proof quality coins are for the Silver Eagles, which is not spot price. So somebody asked me about this. That's why I'm taking a second to explain that.
Okay.
We're very, very competitive. And then the themes like that, I think these coins, they're going to be, this is the 2025 Gitmo coin. And you can see how it's got all the polish on it. So that's because of these extra steps. And then I think this is going to be so epic, so part of the whole theme of Trump moving on, Trump taking on the deep state bull. and Trump as the Megador, not just Matador, but Megador, taking on the deep state bull. Because what's this about? It's the deep state trying to hijack control of America. One of the interesting things on Tina's case, I think it's kind of a fun, interesting thing. You know, I never follow the Zodiac stuff and all that. It's not an area that I want to go into. However, let me just add this. There is some interesting things in the Old Testament that tie to the different seasons of the year and some of the Zodiac stuff that some of the guys that look at it's like, well, yeah, that is in there. But anyway, but it doesn't mean I run my life by that stuff. It's an interesting curiosity. I think some people have shipwrecked their faith by looking at the creation, not the creator.
Yeah.
But that said, the sign in the Zodiac that the governor of Colorado was born under is Taurus. Taurus, the bull. And how interesting that the place where this challenge in this great arena that we're all watching, this bullfight with Trump versus Polis, and this imagery comes into play at this exact place in Tina's case. Denver, that location in Colorado is like a great big bowl or cauldron. And from the occult side, because it's the highest major city in the continental U.S., that's why they wanted these underground facilities out at the airport and everything else that they're going to run the world from if they got their way. They actually, from the occult side, view that as a cauldron and to work from, doing their magic spells and mixing things up. But it's also kind of an arena. And the whole world's having to show up in this fight. And bullfights are messy things. They're horrible. And by the way, there's, I'll tell you what, Jen has a blanket in her store there.
That's what I'm showing.
It is an extremely high quality blanket. Okay. It's like awesome. And we looked at a bunch of blankets, a couple of them that we could sell for a lot less. And when we found this one and you compared it with the other blankets, it wasn't even a contest. This is such a wonderful blanket. Keep your legs warm in the wintertime, cuddle up under it, at the beach. We had it down at the beach the other day and she used it on the beach. And it was nice because we were watching the sunset and we stayed, toasty warm, even though we had a pretty good breeze because a big storm came in, huge waves and everything. We were watching it at the sunset the other day when I came back here. And but it's football games for grandpa over the couch, whatever. It's awesome. So just so you know.
Yeah, and I'm just showing it so you can get it in gray or beige. It looks like just
on the backing. Yeah.
Yeah, just FYI. But now, thank you so much, Juan, for taking the time. I know you have a commitment, but wanted to just say a turbo prayer for you real quick. Hey, one turbo question maybe and turbo answer is, I was just shocked about how all the Venezuela stuff came out with all the evidence and 2 generals and the lack of even coverage of that, even with influencers. What do you think's up with that?
Well, they still don't fully understand the magnitude of what's in play here. Let me just say this for everybody here. The most important thing that Trump will ever do in his entire life, the most important thing that he will do within public life and his office as president, first and second term, the singular most important thing, and he knows this, that he will ever do is to bring about honest elections. It's the core of the whole American experience. When the Pilgrims came here, it was to get out from under bloodline rule, where it wasn't the best and brightest that ran the country. It was the bloodline privilege that got control, not just at the king or queen, but down through the ranks. and they were essentially pawn slaves in somebody else's game. If you weren't born that way, you didn't get past it. Oh, you could perform, you could do things, you could get honors and things like that, but that didn't make you bloodline. You might marry into the bloodline, your offspring might get some place in it, but that was rare, and it was down at the bottom of the ranks. Anything further up senior, they're only marrying in between the bloodlines. So they came to America to be sovereigns over their own household. And that was the American experience dream. When you capture and steal elections, it's of the elite, by the elite, for the elite. It's a criminal class. Stealing votes, counterfeiting votes is more valuable than counterfeiting money. Why? Because the money gets spent by the people that counterfeit the votes and get in office.
Amen.
So when you understand what's going on in this Game of Thrones, by bringing back honest, lawful elections where the people that you voted for, your fellow citizens, take office, that you actually get to pick and choose who work for you within government, not some selection process where you just get fed a bunch of crap and somebody gets in there that'll do somebody else's bidding in these hijacked elections. That's the most important right of the citizens of America and people around the world. So when Trump restores honest elections, the scripture God